for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In just a second,
I
now
salute.
turn this way. With that flag, and those of you guys who are in schools and all that, you should know this. Okay,
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the city symbol of perfect friendship among United cultures.
we'll get this. It's our very first time. So, if any of you guys do it, help us out. Meeting's called to order at 5:31. Roll call, please.
Daly? Here. Robert Hayes?
Here.
Richard Jones? Ron Ortiz? Dr. Guyer Shambo?
Here. We have a quorum. Mr. Pettis, adoption of agenda.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Board, good evening, everyone. I recommend that we adopt the agenda as presented this evening.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion is made by Emily Hunt Daly and seconded by Robert Hayes to approve the agenda as presented. Roll call, please.
Emily Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Robert Hayes?
Yes.
Dr. Guyer Shambo?
Yes, motion carries. Adoption of minutes. Mr. Pettis,
Yes, Mr. President, Board, I recommend that we adopt the minutes of March 7th and March 15th of 2023.
is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
So
Second.
moved by Bob Hayes and seconded by Emily Hunt Daly to approve minutes as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Robert Hayes?
Yes.
Dr. Guyer Shambo?
Yes, motion carries. Recognitions.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Board, we have a recognition for one of our staff members who's not present yet. So would you like for me to go ahead and present this or
Let's wait.
wait till he's present? Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Mr. Pettis, next.
Citizens to address the board, Mr. President, board members, we do have two requests to
We'll see the other one,
address the
please.
board.
The other one is Berlin Esteban, I think I'm saying her name right, and Jerry Smith.
Okay, board members, public, when we have requests to make public comment, we welcome them. We do have a form, and that form outlines how this is to occur. And then I review it to determine whether or not it fits into into our agenda. And if you don't mind, let me take a look at this one for a second. Okay. There will be about 5 minutes per person. And let's have Berlin Esteban.
Good evening, fellow board members, Mr. Pettis, ladies. Here's some statements from some of our kitchen staff. All of our staff couldn't be here, as well my background screening. My background, what I have been doing for over the last 15 years, which is in the field of nutrition. I come to you today, fellow board members, because of the leadership that is currently being changed with Mr. Pettis. I wish you all the best of luck. But right now, I wanted to address the board and ask that you postpone, or at least let the kitchen staff look into the selection of the food server that is on the agenda tonight. I feel that Mr. Triplehorn has created a biased environment as well as conflict of interest. Because at several meetings before, he has expressed that he was a part of the selection with the Gallup schools. We are not happy as kitchen staff. We feel that we should have been involved in the selection process. With the years of kitchen experience within the schools, there is quite a bit of experience that would be able to make that selection. I've never done this before, so I'm kind of taking a
It's all right.
leap of faith, but I come to you because not only have I had my children come to school with the Cibola County Schools, but as well I have a granddaughter who's autistic and I speak as her voice when her voice can't be spoken. Talking to delivery people, talking to parents from Gallup schools, Rio Rancho schools, and most recently, our neighbors out in the East Laguna school district, that they're not happy with the food service companies coming as well. They give a big approach, they win contracts, and then later on in the year, they fail and they just don't uphold their word. Most recently, I was sent pictures from what's being served by SFE, egg salad. I mean, we really gotta ask ourselves, is this what we want served to our students? Ranch dressing, meatloaf, and I know we're not all the best of cooks, but our bread here at the district looks a lot better than this. Chicken teriyaki, and I really don't want that served to my kid, my grandchild, because she won't eat. She will go home hungry, and that's not what I want. Currently, she won't eat the food to a minimum, because of her diagnosis and disability of autism. It's not a win-win every day, but she doesn't come home hungry. There are several statements, like I said, that SFE has gone downhill. They don't uphold their word. I respectfully ask that the board deny or postpone, so that way, with our education and the number of years of current staff that do work in the nutrition department, we'll be able to have that selection of bringing in a new company. I know that there was two, one of which has basically, I feel that has been ousted, which was Genuine. I've worked under the direction of Ian Toloston, who currently runs Genuine. He is a man of his word. He will wholeheartedly make sure that he delivers the food service that needs to be delivered. I don't know him to back down on any situation and get things under control. And as well, I should give both food service companies the opportunity to come in, but I feel that because Laguna Acoma High School wasn't included in the process, neither was Cabrera Elementary, neither was Cebolleta Elementary. I chose to tell Edwina, the coordinator, that I wanted to back up because I felt that there was conflict of interest. But you have a whole lot of staff with years of kitchen experience. They know what their kids like. Let us be the one to voice what we feel is needed for our kids. But just judging by the pictures, I wouldn't want that in my school system, and I wouldn't want to be serving food like that way. Like I said, I just feel that if you give us that opportunity to at least postpone it for a year, being that we have Mr. Paradis leaving, and let us look further into it. Let us, weigh the odds and come back with it on another agenda. Like I said, I have background in cooking. I have served as a general manager, as a food service director for prisons and jails. I've worked with over 25 different types of diets.
Thank you. Very much. Appreciate you taking the time to come to see us. And thank you, staff. Normally, in these situations, we do not make comments when it comes to an individual presenting to the board. We refer these things to the superintendent, and we will do that again. Thank you. The next one is Jerry Smith.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of staff, it's nice to be here. New gigs
Again.
from the time that I was sitting in your seat.
Long time.
But I do appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I do have some concerns that I want to address with you today. The three major concerns is Boone County High School administrators' adherence to student discipline policies. Second one is mental health services for our kids. The third one is PTO, Parent Advisory Council issues. I stand before you as a parent. I have guardianship of my grandson. And so I'm here not just as a community member, but as a stakeholder and a parent of a student in Vancouver County. I do understand the boundaries that you have in the school board dealing. And again, having been in your seat, I understand the limits of you approving policy, approving budget, and hiring the superintendent is basically fundamentally what the boundaries are. As we know, there's a lot of articles being written right now. One was very interesting about how Native American students are being the most expelled students in New Mexico. And it's very concerning to me that we have to make sure that within student policy, school board policy, that, our district is not doing such. The other one is the need to expand behavioral health services to our kids, especially post-COVID, and all the issues that we're dealing with as it relates to the behavioral health issues that are being, that we're experiencing as a result of, and also the amount of funding that's coming down to districts for behavioral health. The third one is the, again, the role of grandparents. An article dealt with the fact that in our communities, the majority of our young people in schools are now being taken care of by grandparents. And in the system, it's very difficult because in a lot of cases, these grandparents aren't necessarily have guardianship of these children, but they have to be taken care of. So with that, I want to make sure that we address or speak to you about the adherence of policy. I've read your district policies related to student discipline, and I have to basically acknowledge that you've done a tremendous job in developing pretty comprehensive policies as it relates to student discipline. But when I experience a personal case at Laguna High School, I'm running into behavioral contracts. And nowhere in your policies do they address behavioral contracts for athletics or for students' behavior. It's very comprehensive to progressive discipline. And there's a real nice chart in there that basically sets out the steps for dealing with behavioral issues within the school. So the issue, in my opinion, is not necessarily your policies, but the enforcement of your policies as it relates to behavioral discipline at the school sites, specifically Laguna High School. The other thing that I want to make mention to you is that a lot of the issues are dealing with athletic handbook. If you go to your website, there's no link to the athletic policies and procedures for the district. So there's no way that as an individual, I could do the research on what's in your athletic handbook, and they're consistent with your behavioral health handbook. So doing that research, I think there's something that needs to be dealt with in terms of ensuring that from due process standpoint, the public knows what their standards are and has the ability to judge actions by administration based on those standards. Because again, it's the school board's authority to set those standards. The other thing is mental health services. I've been told by the administration here that there are not any licensed mental health counselors in the district. COVID situations is extreme right now in terms of behavioral issues that are being generated by that. So I want to ask you to begin to take a look at that whole situation, because in most school districts, they not only have licensed mental health counselors, they also have licensed social workers that are working with administration to ensure that they're getting to the root cause of behavioral issues with the students. And so that technology is available. It's not rocket science. It's been available for a while. So I'd ask you to begin to take a look at what you can do to implement new programs that couple administrative decision-making with support from behavioral health, licensed behavioral health counselors. The last issue I want to present is PTO and parent advisory councils. They don't exist as I'm now understanding. There's standards that require parental. And again, I attended the last special meeting at Laguna High School, and I talked about stakeholders and parental involvement. in the hiring of the superintendent, I definitely want to request that you begin to take a look at how you're involving parents, not only in policy development, but also in interaction with parents as to what they're experiencing in the communities, so that you could have appropriate action in case of guidance and direction to the superintendent.
That way,
I do
appreciate
think
that.
that you need to begin to take a look at those issues. So my 5 minutes is up.
Yes, that way, thank you,
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
yes. One moment, let me check my notes, but thank you very much, Jerry Smith. Welcome back, it's been a long time. Mr. Smith has been a former board member in some years ago, so he understands and Berlin, what is your, you work with at the kitchen?
I was recently hired back in January as a kitchen manager for the Grants High School.
Kitchen manager at Grants High School. Thank you very much. Mr. Pettis, let us continue.
Okay, Mr. President, board members, audience. The first presentation is from our career technical education folks, some of the folks that have been involved in helping develop our pathways. And so this evening it gives me pride to present to you our career CTE and our standards-based development efforts. Present, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sanchez.
Okay.
President, members of the board, Superintendent Pettis, we are going to start tonight. Mr. Maldonado made a video for us, kind of highlighting some of the things that we have in CTE right now. So we're going to start. You know, he's the master of videos.
Your skills have improved. you know.
Yes. Still awesome, and so we'll watch this video for you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ow. All right. All right.
we're putting up together. So the papers that were passed out in front of you, we're gonna start there real quick. Last year, we started the initiative to bring CTE pathways to both of our high schools, to our middle schools. And in a very, very short time, you saw, I know you saw last week, everything that we've done with the mechatronics lab, with our virtual dissection tables, with improving both of our welding labs, our construction shop, our business and marketing, everything has improved since the day that we started. The one pager at the very front shows you that we have all of these pathways with all of the courses of study underneath of them, the programs of study underneath them. If you turn back to the white sheet, you can see that we start these pathways in the 7th grade. And our 7th and 8th grade courses are exploratory, and you can see that in little check boxes next to them. If they take, in this sheet right here, if they take those 7th grade courses and those 8th grade courses, and then they continue on in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, if you look at the 2nd or 3rd page of that document, you can see all of the certifications or the associate's degrees or the time ahead to a bachelor's degree that our students will be able to take. So if you look at that 2nd page, you can see at the very bottom, the 2nd page of the first packet of white pages there. It says college course requirements. Right above that, it says achievements. So if our students stay in the welding technology pathway, for example. You got it?
I can't find my place.
Here at the 4th page.
The teacher next to you will show you.
Showing me up, huh? Okay,
So right there where it says achievements, so just for our welding technology program. The achievements, they'll have, of course, their high school diploma. They'll have their welding technology certification, OSHA 10 general industry, which a lot of our students are currently taking right now. And the 1, 2, and 3 different certifications. So depending on which welding they're trying to take. That's just welding.
You ran that.
And so you can go to residential construction and see what we have available for the certificates and such for residential construction. And then you can go on to the agriculture pathway. And we have 4 programs of study there. We have the ag business, the vet assistant, and the vet tech. So these are all building programs. We've just started. We don't have any students that have completely finished, but it's gonna be a work in progress. So as our students are in this pathway for 2 years, or 3 years, or 4 years, and these are the outcomes that these students can have. We're excited in year 1. I am even more excited for next year in year 2. Our programs have blown up at the middle schools. Our students are telling us exactly what they want to take, and we're providing those courses for them. 9 teachers, 8 teachers and myself, 8 teachers and administrators and myself attended the regional CTE conference in Mississippi last week. And I came back and I talked to Dr. Williams, and he says, so where are we at? You know, like, where are we sitting with everybody else in our region, which is like Arkansas and Mississippi and Texas and Oklahoma and Arizona. That's kind of our region there. And I said, we're leaps and bounds ahead. And so schools are saying, yes, we offer skilled trades. So we have construction and we have welding. And I'm like, well, what about like if kids want medical? Oh, they have to go somewhere else. Or what if they want ag? Oh, we don't have ag. Or what if they want, you know, so I'm just thinking we're doing what our students told us, almost 2 years ago that they wanted. And this is what we have. You guys saw the mechatronics lab last week, and it's almost intimidating to go into that lab with all of the equipment that's in there. That's what our kids want. And so I'm really excited to tell you that I found a solution for elementary school last week in Mississippi. And so I'll be coming to you for approval for that one as well. But that's just a really quick, Matt, I don't know if you have anything that you want to add. We have 36 kids going to Skills USA next week, actually, participating in public speaking, in CPR, in welding, in construction, in what else are they doing? Some of them got together and did a bulletin board contest. Those are our future teachers right there, I know it. We have 36 kids, whereas last year, maybe two. They're going to compete with 700 other students from colleges and from high schools across New Mexico. So to go from nothing in Skills USA to having 36 kids attend next week is very exciting. We actually have 2 welding teams going from Laguna Acoma. Seneca Riley is taking 2 welding teams. We have 1 welding team and then a bunch of other teams going from Grants High School. Media, that's the other one that we have. Our media class with Mr. Gonzalez, I know he came and talked to you guys earlier, had a contest with New Mexico Film. I can't remember exactly what it was called. They got 6th place in that one. They got an honorable mention in another category and a 1st place in another category. And so our kids are showing up and our kids are doing very, very well. 2 of our CTE programs just collaborated at Grants High School. Residential construction and the audio visual and the mass media classes got together, and the construction classes built a whole set that you can see on the very first page on the bottom. That's the set that the residential construction class built for our mass media. It looks just like a news set that you would see on the 6 o'clock news, you know, and our kids are broadcasting live from there every day for Angry Jack Productions in the mornings. We're actually taking this exact model that they have at Grants High School, and it'll be available at Laguna Acoma next year. So all the equipment will be the same, and Mr. Gonzalez is mentoring Mr. Hawker at Laguna next year for the same thing out there. And so we came to you almost 2 years ago, I guess it was, with all of these ideas, and so we really wanted to give you guys an update on where we are and some more exciting things to come. So, do you have any questions about CTE before we move on to standards-based learning?
Comments, questions?
Sounds like the program is moving right along.
It's exciting. Teachers are very excited. Teachers are working together and collaborating. Kids are very, very excited. We visited Los Alamitos 2 weeks ago, maybe it was, and the classes at Los Alamitos and at Laguna Acoma Junior High, they're exploratory. They're 1 semester. And I told you guys this a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, that our kids want a whole year. They don't want to just do the semester. Now they get hooked on something and they want the whole year. We're forcing them to explore, to do a little bit more. But we walked in there and they didn't have a solution to hang their lights where they were growing some plants that they had started in one of their ag classes. So one of their drafting and trades classes went ahead and just built them some stands. And so they got those all built. They built benches and boxes, toolboxes and planters. They're drafting on Tinkercad, and they're printing their designs on 3D printers. The middle school classes have just completely blown up, and now we have a really good idea for those students what they want at high school. And so it's exciting. It's exciting for our kids right now.
Amazing.
So just a question. Sure.
Are these fields supported by coursework at the branch and other, like maybe junior colleges or major colleges?
So when we were first building all of these pathways, Matt and I sat down with different places. We sat down with Eastern, we looked at the coursework at CNM, and then we sat down with Dr. Troy Bannon from the branch. And she gave us a lot of good insight on this class doesn't need to be taken until they're juniors in high school. We need to move this here. I wouldn't suggest this until they're out of high school, things like that. And so we moved things around, we adjusted. So all of our education supports going straight into NMSU. Some of our agriculture is not available at NMSU Grants, but is available at NMSU main campus, but it's also available at San Juan College online, and it's also available at Eastern online. We're looking to CNM for a couple of our other classes. Everything aligns to post-secondary in some way. And it doesn't have to be just the branch or Eastern or wherever. Our education courses will also align with what Western is doing with their education program, so.
I know that at one point in time, we had a culinary arts program
Mhm.
at Laguna Acoma. I don't know if they have one here at Grant still, but I know that like NTU offers a fantastic program on culinary arts. I see always on the new graduates coming from that career path, going to major hotel chains and stuff. What's happening with the culinary arts at Laguna Acoma?
So at Laguna Acoma, it shifted more to a hotel restaurant tourism management than culinary specifically. And so it's a little bit broader, but it can definitely move right into that pathway. At Grants High School, it's more culinary and ProStart. And so ProStart is a specific program through Eastern New Mexico. And she works them through the ProStart there, which is more restaurant management through a different program.
Is there a reason why we're not concentrating or trying to rebuild the program for culinary arts at Laguna Acoma?
It's what the students desire. And so when we built all of these to begin with at both sites, we talked to students, we talked to lots of different groups. And in that student group, the main thing that they wanted that we had to find some other things for was the STEM, and the mechatronics was the biggest need, and the engineering at Laguna Acoma. And so it's all based on what the students are looking for and what the students want. And if that changes, then we're ready to make shifts and change as well.
Thank you.
So when we were over at Laguna Acoma High School looking at all this stuff, I said, it's not just a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of systems in place. So as you're looking at those documents that you see those pathways, that's actually a student version. There's also a student success advisor version of that, so that they can make sure that their course numbers are matching up, that they're taking the right courses, so it's on their diploma or their transcripts correctly. So it's all matched up in your system as well. Also, coupled with that, there are, what did we say, 89 district learning plans. So every course in CTE that you have that's built has a DLP that goes with it. The standards are there, and you know, if New Mexico, the standards for CTE is very generalized. So I reached out, got permission from Superintendent and Ms. Sanchez to reach out to other states where they're a little more developed in their CTE standards, ask their permission from their Department of Educations to use their standards for you guys. And so if you go to the New Mexico PED website to look up CTE standards in welding, there's 0. If you go for construction trades, there's 0. For culinary arts, there's 0. So reaching out to other states, reached out to Nevada, to Utah, to Idaho, to California, to New York, and Texas, different states, and pulled what makes sense for grant schools and made the DLPs specifically for your system. So if somebody's in the construction trades path, every course that they take, teachers now have a good understanding of what's first year, what's second year, what's third year, what's fourth year, what they need to be teaching. Talk to teachers about this, the CTE teachers, and they're like, this is fantastic. Because now it's not like construction, it's like, what is construction 1 about? What's construction 2 about? What is cabinet making, or I guess you guys don't have cabinet making, but that's welding 1, 2, and 3. So it's a progression for your students, and it's not a guessing game of what am I gonna teach this year? Also talking to some of your administrators, principals walking in saying, I really don't know if they're doing what they should be doing, because there's nothing for me to fall back on to say, this is what you should be doing in this course. Now in your DLPs, you actually have that. So a principal, even though they're not a welding teacher or a construction teacher or a film teacher, they can walk in with a document that says, okay, this is what you should be doing. And now I know what you need to do. Also in your DLPs, what I did pull from the state is the general CTE standards, which are the soft skills. And talking to your community, talking to the businesses about this, the business said, if we can have have your students walk in and be able to do basic calculations, or work together as a team, or fill out a resume, or answer a
Customer
phone,
service.
customer service, then that would be huge for us on the business side. And so wrapped up in your DLPs, you actually have that. And so every eighth grader is gonna be seeing the same kind of soft skills. Every ninth grader, every first course is gonna see the same kind of soft skills, so that they can say, okay, by the 10th grade, 12th grade, when they're going into internships, they'll have those soft skills ready to walk into the businesses and work with employers. So it's not just the equipment that you bought. The equipment allows your teachers to really flourish in the classroom and see real life stuff in the classroom. And it's not just see the picture in the book, that's what you're gonna be playing with when you get to your job. It's like, this is what we're gonna be using, let's get our hands and get dirty into this learning. But it's also the program, it's the process, it's the structure, it's the system that your district has, which I would say, and not because I helped do it, but just in the conversation that I've been having with other people outside of your district, this is huge for your district. Way beyond many districts in the state and according to the region for Skills USA. So.
When
Good
Michael
stuff.
McMinn took over College and Career Bureau at PEB for the short time that he was there, we got to meet with him, Mr. Pettis and Dr. Williams, and I met with him, and he's like, you guys realize that you are ahead. Like, districts are gonna be looking to you guys to see what to do and how to do it. And the good thing is that we carved out a big amount of our funds for Messer to do this and to get the best of the best. And so I'm not so sure that the other districts that try to do this after us are gonna be able to pull off what we did here. And so that's an advantage I think that we have. We'll move right into
Any
standards.
questions?
You have a question?
What's robotics in this?
Robotics is in the automation and the manufacturing. And so it starts in the career exploration. Actually, we're starting the robotics at the elementary level. And so we have some Lego robots going into all of our elementaries. I think 100 kits we just delivered about a month ago, Dr. Martin. And so all of our elementaries have the Lego robotics kit, so it starts there. And then in the middle school, exploratory, in those courses, with ag, with manufacturing, and with one more, it's in there.
It's in the manufacturing,
then-
Dr. Guy.
In the high school, it is in the manufacturing.
Achievements. The lowest, the column, the row says achievements. Are those achievements that they will obtain when they graduate?
Those are achievements that they can obtain throughout the courses. So those tests are available to the students. Those college courses are available to the students. Our student success advisors are pushing our students to where if they are in that pathway, they are gaining those achievements.
Coursework for Cisco?
Coursework for Cisco.
Mhm. And like Brandon said, OSHA certification, you know, we talked to the businesses, the local businesses, they said, OSHA, that would be huge. So it's all the safety, so they walk in safety aware. OSHA 10, yeah, OSHA 10 certified, walking out of high school.
Mostly our juniors and seniors that are in the skilled trades and in culinary and at both schools. Those are the ones that are taking OSHA 10 right now. So some of our teachers thought that they would give their students another year if they were freshmen and sophomores to be able to mature to that level to where they felt like they were ready for OSHA 10 then. But some of them are ready and they're taking it. And so I let the teachers tell me which ones are ready and then we sign them up.
Those students that are interested in education, the way that's built, by their senior year, they'll walk out with and being substitute licensed and.
As long as they're 18.
As long as they're 18 and be able to be EA licensed as well. So it's feeding back into your system, building from within and building into the community.
One of the questions that we get often is, do they have to stay in a pathway from 7th grade all the way through, and that's no. So they're always, if they wanna change, we're up for them to change, we just let them know this is what you're gonna still have to take in order to graduate. But the skills that they get, no matter what pathway they're in, are leaps and bounds ahead of what we had before. No clear pathways from last year.
EMTs,
We had some at Laguna that were certifying outside of the school. And so that's when we told administration out there, let's pull that back in. They can still certify outside, but they can take all this coursework from within.
Do we still run that program for nurses too with MSU grants?
And MSU Grants does have a nursing program, yes. And so this lines right up with that. And so all that they would take in phlebotomy or in any of the EMTs would line right up with the nursing programs at MSU Grants. Before we implemented this, Grants High School was one class away from the phlebotomist. That was probably our closest pathway next to post-grad. And
And outside of that, you didn't have.
we didn't
It
have
was just
any
a hodgepodge.
pathways.
Talking to your principals, what really came out was students were taking classes to graduate high school. And now they have an opportunity to see beyond high school and reach for those goals and have a pathway to get there.
I'm just thinking back when I was in high school, which was 80 years ago. And We-
Dinosaurs were around then.
Bless you. The dinosaurs. And we just graduated from high school, and then you just go figure out what you're gonna do. And that's it.
Our vision is that all of our students will have a clear pathway to post-secondary. So whatever it is that they wanna do, they're gonna know exactly how they're gonna get there. That's what we want for our students as they're graduating.
And have the experience to get their hands dirty in different careers so that they could say, I do not want to be a teacher, or I do not want to work with robotics, or blood freaks me out, I don't want to do that kind of job. And have that free opportunity to explore and then really latch onto something that they're passionate about and just go full board.
My last comments. What we saw at LA was phenomenal. We had students making presentations to us. They were a little bit nervous, but they did it because they were interested in what it was that they wanted to show us. And this machine, that thing, it was amazing. We had both tribes, Acoma and Laguna there. And the leadership were very impressed and could see the potential for connectivity with their efforts to try and develop careers for their people. And we would need to link up with them to have them be reassured that this district and the two high schools are going to do what is necessary to ensure that these students just don't leave high school with just the 26 credits and say, good luck. We want to say more than that to them. We want them to already envision, besides just moving boxes around at Amazon, they actually will repair and maintain the robotics at Amazon. Is what I heard.
Yeah.
It isn't the lower level, it's the higher level. And our students are capable of doing that. And it's just really amazing to see this. I just couldn't fathom the progress made in career education in a high school setting, And it actually fits into what you're doing too, in the field of fire prevention or any of those things.
Emergency medical services is right up there. I need EMTs now, and I need them in 15 years and 50 years.
And they just you gotta keep them coming in.
Yes.
So it's really important for us to have this program. I think we're still trying to understand and grasp what's happening in our school district. And that's really important. Thank you for doing this for our kids and for our communities.
I also commend you for starting it at the middle school level, because I know at one time we had trouble attracting middle school students, especially at Laguna Acoma. we can provide this type of pathway for them, maybe we'll get that interest back. But my last comment is, I'm hitting on the culinary arts because a lot of our culture and tradition is built around cooking in our families. That's what we cook together as a family. That's what keeps the families together. And it's ironic that in this day and age, we teach them how to cook prepared food from scratch. And now most of our schools are serving our students processed food that they just open a packet and put it on a tray. And yet we're taking away this ability for them to prepare this traditional food. And so we'll give them a degree in culinary arts, but then they go work for somebody that serves nothing but processed food, which contains preservatives. I don't care what food you get, it contains preservatives, and that is not nutrition. That is, it takes up a lot of the minerals and the vitamins when you preserve. And they do it because they have to, so it doesn't spoil. But I think that programs like this, if we're going to offer them that opportunity, then we should
Nutrition,
do.
health, diabetes, heart conditions, chubbiness.
Overweight, it's called overweight.
We need to consider that as being an area of career development, and that involves preparation of foods and having our students recognize what's healthy and what isn't, and all the variety that exists, but also, we need to explore that. So this is one of the things that I would say that we would want to dig into, notwithstanding the variety that we see here. So let's keep those things in mind, and we can get back and have a conversation about that.
And one last thing, the reason why I commented was because I get senior meals where I work. I'm over 65. And I opened up the bag or the tray, and there was a grilled cheese sandwich in there in a plastic bag. And I thought, I opened it and it was terrible. I said, what? I went home that evening and made my own grilled cheese sandwich. But that's, that brought to mind when I saw this, I said, well, where do we draw the line when it comes to healthy food? And here, we know as cooks, as mothers, as grandmothers, what is prepared in our home. And it's very true, diabetes is an uprise here in our communities. And traditionally, we as families, we're the ones that need to combat that, not the food services program. And just that way we can educate our students on what they're eating, so that we can stop diabetes here instead of letting it continue to grow in our communities. We've lost so many people locally because of diabetes, and it's disturbing that the numbers are going up year after year. Thank you.
Aeronautics. I'm starting to go crazy.
One thing that I advise is you can't be everything to everyone. So be great at what you're currently good at. So that's, because it will run you $1 billion town.
But it's your fault. You guys started to stimulate our thoughts. I'm thinking, my wife Marilyn took flying lessons. And so we have an airport close by.
Sure.
So you jumping out of an airplane?
Anyway, just throwing in some family humor. Mr. Pettis.
Yes, so thank you.
Sorry about
I'd just
that.
like to say, Mr. President, Board, I'd just like to tell you that I'm really proud of the work and the people that have done the work and the success that we're showing so far. Remind you that 2 years ago, this was all just talk. And all of this talk has become reality. And you see the machines, you see the work, you see the students utilizing the machines. It's a lot of work, and I've talked to other districts as well. And we are definitely on the right path. We still got a lot of work to do. I want to thank the board for all of the support that you've shown for career pathways. I want to thank the board for all the approvals you've given for the expenditures in career pathways. We still have a lot more to go, and I urge you with all of my being to continue to support the career pathways, because I believe that this is the best thing for the students, and it will be for years to come. So, thank you all.
Right.
Just to comment on the nursing that you brought up, just to throw a shout out for the hospital. When the students take their classes there at the college, we encourage those students to come to our hospital and become nurses there. And we do offer scholarship funds, and it's a good program. And we have some nurses that went to that program, so it's a good program. Thank you for bringing that up.
I also kind of, if you recall, kind of gave the tribes a little nudge in saying that, Grant School District has made a very expensive investment in these programs. And that if we could get buy-in from all three tribes, that could help, because we're gonna get to the part where it's going to be enormously expensive. And so we'll need that additional support system coming in from not just the business communities, but from the tribal communities as well. Because this is an investment in their own people. And so that way things don't look as bleak and kids are actually having a career instead of sitting at home. I always ask my students, what are you gonna do when you graduate from high school? Go work at Walmart. Okay, anything else? And I tell them, I worry about you guys because you don't have a plan. And so you've implemented a plan for them, and I really appreciate that for all our students here in the Grant and Laguna and Acoma and Navajo communities. Thank you very much for your input and your support for this program as well.
Continuing on.
So the other part is standards-based learning, so we wanted to give you an update on where we are with our district learning plans, our professional development, and moving forward there. So Dr. Williams has been meeting with teachers to start the process of creating science and social studies district learning plans, because those are the only two subjects, well, PE, other than PE, and they've started theirs as well, that we don't have district learning plans for, so a clear plan. And so he's been meeting with those teachers, and he's also been meeting with our math teachers across the district in all grade levels. And so those math teachers have been giving him feedback on what's working for us in our district, what the district learning plans are doing for them, and what changes they want to see.
So I'm a math geek, so this has been like heaven for me. So I get to look at kindergarten through algebra 2 math and just have a blast with your teachers. So when they first came in, they were hesitant because they have felt that they've done this before. They've deconstructed standards, they have peeled back standards, they have analyzed standards before, and they thought, okay, we're gonna be here all day long to talk about math standards. Okay, get ready for boredom. And well, they didn't know me that well because we dove in heavy and hard and not in the way that they have ever done it. And we dove in to pull out the skills needed to master those standards. And in doing that, we basically wrote their lesson plans. We determined what they needed to teach so that students could walk in, they could go in and teach those students the math skills that they needed to master those standards. And by doing that process, they learned math. They learned, if they're a third grade teacher, what second and first grade teachers were doing in math and what fourth and fifth grade and sixth grade and all the way up we're doing with math. And so if they looked at fractions in third grade, they realized, wow, kinder first and second didn't even touch fractions, except for in the geometry concept. In sixth grade, we had deep statistical conversations, and they just shared with me, he said, Matt, we were never taught how to do this in our training. As educators, we never learned how to do this, but yet we're expected to teach this kind of stuff. So we gave them some building of capacity for your math teachers. So some of the comments. So I asked them at the end, give me some feedback. Just 3 questions. One thing they gained, one thing they could apply tomorrow, and one thing they wanted to learn about more. And so some of the things that they gained was strategies to teach where students have difficulties, what math interventions specifically for students, not like as a whole, but specifically for struggling students at grade level or below grade level, how to build models and how to teach mathematical models to kids so that they can get the concrete, the conceptual, and then go to the abstract in algorithms, how to identify skills needed to master the standard, and really understand what needs to be taught at their grade level. And lots of times you'll get a textbook out, and that textbook will be talking about all kinds of different grade level skills. And so your DLPs in math zeroes in on grade level, and the conversation where we had was, what are those skills? How do we transfer that knowledge from the teacher's brain to the student's brain? So we talked about that. One thing they could apply tomorrow, I mean, like, I really wanted to know all of this training. You know, I've been in PD many times where it was a waste of my life, and I didn't want to have that for that work that I was working with. So they said, tomorrow we can teach the skills needed to master the standard. They could model, they could bundle standards, they could use academic vocabulary, what they were learning with me. They could dive deeper into the investigations with students. They will have math discourse in their classroom, which would be very happy because that's beautiful. And then use manipulatives specifically with fractions, because fractions are one of those beasts that every person either hates or loves. And if you love it, math is not a problem. If you hate it, from 3rd grade on, you struggle. So we really talked a lot about fractions. One thing they would like to learn more about is just to go through this process with every math standard. I had teachers say, if we could do this with every math standard, there would be no reason why our students would not be proficient. So they really wanted to go and do that with every math standard. Investigate deeper with fractions, modeling, and then the vertical alignment. They would like to see more of that. Other comments, just in the conversations that we were having, we are starting to see students come in more prepared than previous years because teachers know what students need to learn for a specific grade level. And that was a conversation about your math DLP. By having that in their hands, they're starting to see the results of this being applied for a couple years. So I would encourage you to keep in that direction. The DLPs help us know what and when certain standards need to be taught, so we don't have to worry about everything all year long. And so you chunked it into quarters so that the teachers don't have to worry about the whole plethora of standards. They just have to worry about a chunk of them per quarter. That is helping your teachers. And then the DLPs have been, this is Lorraine and I have talked about this gentleman. Not old, but a seasoned teacher that has been in your district for many years, who has seen things come and go, and he said the DLPs have been one of the best things this district has done to help us in the classroom. So I encourage you to keep going that direction. Every grade level, I haven't touched kindergarten yet because we scheduled them in like 2 weeks. But every grade from first all the way up to Algebra 2 has worked with me and has just dove deeply into the math teaching, into the math interventions and the concepts. And we've just had a ball. And I talked to principals, I talked to Stan earlier today, and talked to other principals, and they're coming back to the school site saying, this is great, this is good, I could use this stuff. This has been very beneficial math PD. So I'm not bragging about me, but I think your teachers are really enjoying learning the math and how it applies in their classroom. And thank you, it's been fun.
Comments, questions?
Is it showing in our Luminate Illuminate scores that math is going up?
In our Synergy scores, we're seeing some improvements. We're seeing them in Synergy, but we're also seeing them on our IMASA scores improving. And so our students are getting more confident in math is how I really feel. And like Dr. Williams said, from grade level to grade level, they're coming in knowing more. So it allows the teacher to do more grade level without doing so much remediation.
And this PD has been just this semester,
It's just been
so just to put a time.
after after.
Mid-February.
Yeah, so basically the second part of February and March is when we've done this, and so we're gonna start to see some more for sure.
We will be looking forward to seeing.
Awesome.
Thank you.
The topic that you need to help us address is differentiation, equity, and DLP. How does DLP and the PLCs impact Yazzie Martinez issues? That's a big topic. It's what everybody's wanting to know. And I think we've begun to state something about that in our strategic plan. What we said was equity begins with the DLP and the PLCs. But outsiders who are not, and I call ourselves outsiders because we're not the practitioners we don't teach. But you've got 47% of your student population who are Native American. And historically, their performances have been not satisfactory to us and to their parents and to the tribes. And so we have all kinds of legislation, regulations, programs, mandates, stuff like that coming down. And my profound belief is that teaching and learning and how we address differentiation or equity must be articulated by the classroom teacher in a collaborative setting. It means not in isolation, but together. And it's been a challenge for us to try to think of how we can achieve dramatic results for our students. But I think it requires what you're saying. It's really, it's just a enormous, it's an enormous problem with a real dynamic solution that you're providing us at this time. It's dynamic in that it's you keep on growing the understanding of the content, the standards they're teaching, and they're beginning to become much more creative in their thinking of what it is that they're doing with their students. And so I guess maybe the differentiation and the reallocation of things is occurring with the teacher. Max?
Yes.
Tell your.
Yeah. I like to talk about this part because I believe that when you bring up equity and differentiation, that our examining student work process and protocols is the equalizing activity that we do, and we do it differently than other school districts, I believe. We do it systemically, where teachers gather together and they look at all of student work. And when they're looking at student work, they're looking at it with the eye of learning and not looking at it with the student, the color of the student, the financial status of the student. They're looking at how is this student performing? And in that activity, they're looking at who's struggling and why. That's where the conversation, one of the big things about this system is we're switching where decades, I've been in education for 80 years too, and you know, it's always been about teaching and pedagogy and strategies. And what we're doing is shift it to learning, student learning. And when you do that, I'm not saying teaching strategies are not important, but that comes secondary. Because first you have to look at what kind of needs. Do we need PD on differentiation? Do we need PD on math strategies? That comes out of the conversation and at the table when you're talking and looking at the student work. The student work gives you all kinds of information. The student work tells you that we didn't teach this so well. The student work tells you that this group of students didn't do so well. Why? And that's where the conversation comes out of. That's where the conversation comes out about differentiation. One size does not fit all when you're differentiating instruction. So in those conversations, teachers will talk about, have you tried this in your class? I tried this and it worked. Maybe you should try this. That's why I look at that conversation, that process, as an equalizing activity, because it puts all students at the same table. It puts all students to a place where they're getting the same amount of attention from a group of teachers, not just from the one teacher. You have a few heads in looking at the struggles. You have a few heads in looking at the successes. That conversation is what is going to change and move the needle. That conversation is what's going to be one of the biggest factors in equalizing. It's going to be one of the biggest factors in bringing teachers to a higher level of learning how to differentiate, learning teaching strategies. That's all coming out of starting with student learning. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I think we need to, as the board hires new leadership and develops instructional expertness in our teachers, that we still need to educate ourselves on how we can address this historically profound underachievement by certain populations of our students. And that we have to understand, and we have to educate our communities about that, to say we are not only doing CTE, but we're also doing some dramatic things in how we can profoundly impact student learning, student performance, student work. One of the things that I find is that our kids don't like to read at home. They don't want to do anything related to academics at home. So it would be, an outcome would be that children enjoy what they're doing and actually can practice it at home, such as reading. And that's really important. Is that they actually enjoy school. Thank you.
One thing you guys need to consider too is that we have no control over the feeder schools. When they come, we can control the grants, county school district students, but we can't control the feeder schools. And still being in the classroom today, I see where that does cause a problem. Because when they get to Laguna, Acamore, or Grants High School, they don't have the necessary skills to manage all this new stuff that they're learning. And, the Yazzie Martinez laws is not going away. It's going to be there for a long time until we can prove to our communities that we're addressing the equity and the differentiation as well. So I don't know how we reach out to the feeder schools to see if, we can assist them in maybe developing some stronger strategies or procedures that will help them be able to cope when they get to our school district or especially to our high schools. That's a big problem I still see happening. And I've taught at all different schools. And that's the biggest thing that I see when we used to give tests when the kids used to come from, at the end of the school year, the sixth grader, they would bring the sixth graders or seventh or eighth graders to the different schools to visit. Okay, and we used to give them reading tests, writing tests, math tests. And you could always tell which ones were where they came from. Because like I always did the ELA, and most of the kids that were coming from Cabero and Cebolleta knew how to write a rough draft. They knew how to write a good essay. But the other feeder schools, you could see the lack of ELA knowledge there, and the same way with the math. And so that was one big thing. We don't do that assessment test anymore, and maybe we should start doing that again and invite our feeder schools to come in so that we can see where we need to know where those students are at as a teacher, so we know how to help them once they get into the classroom.
Thank you. Mr. Pettis, let us continue.
Thank you. Now, thanks again to Steve for the nice video.
Going,
Get back to 'em.
9 stars.
Okay, Mr. President, Board, it's always my favorite part of the agenda to present to you a school site. And we can hear what's going on out at our different school sites. And this evening, proud to present to you Milan Elementary and
Great.
Principal, Mr. Stan
Absolutely.
Mesco.
Welcome.
Don't be bashful. Come on up.
Thank you.
Or come on down. What is these?
Nice contestant.
Next contestant.
All right. Well, we were supposed to have a few more people, but unfortunately they are under the weather, so.
Well, the weather is the weather.
Yeah.
Speaking
You're
of,
just gonna have to listen to myself and Victoria Saavedra.
that's
She's a
fine.
sixth grader at Malone School.
Okay.
First of all, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present to you our amazing school. The first thing I wanted to show you on here is our picture of our staff. We have 55 of the most amazing staff, I feel anyway, at GCCS. So there's a picture of them. Our next slide is talking about how we contribute to the strategic plan, how we're continually supporting it. I've broken it up into the 4 goals. You can see that we focus on our accelerated reading program. We have over 200 students who have met that goal, which is huge for us. We love celebrating our teachers and our staff members each month. We also focus on our anti-bullying campaigns each quarter. And we recognize our outstanding students each month. And we also host many events where we invite our parents and the community to our school to participate, because we think that's super important. Bink. This is our data celebrations. The first one is our ELA. You can see our baseline, district baseline, and then the categories that we met in here. For K through 4, we were able to surpass our baseline, which is excellent. We are working on 5th and 6th grade, of course. And then our next slide is our math, which we did meet all of our baselines or exceeded them in all of our grades for K through 6th grade. So that's good. I do recognize, being new to this position, that we still have challenges to make, as you can see. I'm working with my staff to address those challenges, obviously, and address the areas that we need to improve in, for sure. Our grade level teams meet twice a week in our PLCs, which I am a part of, and we celebrate our areas that we grow in, and then we talk about the areas that we need to focus on to meet those student needs and growth. In the area of math and ELA, we examine student work each week, In fact, Dr. Williams talked a little bit about that. And we look at the value of the lessons that our teachers are presenting and then what they're presenting to our students. We want to see, is it rigorous? Does it meet our standards? And then we focus on that and change what we need to change. We also look at whether the lessons are truly meeting those standards. And then we identify the areas of intervention that we need to focus on, our teachers need to focus on, and changing the way we meet the student needs, all students, okay? I've also have had great conversations with my teachers. Ms. Sanchez and Dr. Williams talked about the math PD. It has been tremendously valuable information for our teachers. They're coming back, like they said, and really are excited about what they're being presented for the DLPs from math. So I'm excited about that too, and I think it'll also help us see our numbers increase as well with our data. So we're excited about that. I've also been working on the culture at Milan. We have amazing staff, students, so we are setting those academic expectations, and we're definitely making progress. We still have a lot to accomplish, but we're working on it, so for sure. If you'll move on to our next slide, thank you. I'm gonna let Victoria talk now because she is part of our archery team.
Milan's archery team, which consists of 45 students, competed in the NASUP State Championship on Saturday, March 11th at the Rio Rancho Event Center. Milan took 5th place overall. 5th grader Seth Rollerhoff placed 5th out of 101 4th and 5th graders. I placed 1st in the district competition at Mesa View, and then I placed 13th out of 61 6th graders at state. Archery has taught me to be a team player, and I like to do it because it's fun.
She really is amazing, for sure. And I'd like to recognize Ms. Phillips, our PE teacher. She's instrumental in working with our kiddos. It's pretty amazing to have 45 kids go and compete at a state tournament. It's super exciting. And she does such an amazing job with them as well.
Before you leave, young lady, did you drive yourself over here or did you have someone bring you here? Because I think you're pretty precocious. Did someone bring you?
Yeah, my grandma.
You who?
My grandma.
Well, where's grandma? Well, come on up. What do you think of that young lady?
She amazes me every day.
Doesn't she?
She is a straight A student. She's been straight A since first grade. You was talking about reading a while ago and kids don't like to read. This child reads all summer. So she loves school. And then he was talking about, and Raina, I've known Raina since she was a baby, so.
Oh my goodness, tell us the story.
She's a good girl, she comes from a good family, so, but they're doing wonderful programs, so I know Ron, I know most of you people, but I think what they're doing is a good deal, so Raina knows Victoria, she knows, she's grown up with my children, so she's Victoria as if she makes below an A, she cries, so.
Oh my goodness.
She's one of those students that when she does something, she sets her mind to it, she puts it all into it. So I was sitting there listening to Raina and I was listening to what they were doing for the school, and I'm like, yes, because Victoria does have a goal with what she wants to do. And what are you gonna do after high school, Victoria? What are you gonna do before you get out of high school, Victoria?
I'm gonna get my vet tech license.
So, yes.
What?
She can actually start vet tech, Victoria?
I'm gonna start it this summer.
This summer?
Yes. She'll be starting Texas A&M. She can do a Texas A&M online when she's 13. She's 12 now. So she's, her cousin is Gordon Mario in Milan. And he told her that he's guaranteed her a job when she turns of age, but he can't put her to work till she gets of age. But she turns 13 and she's already gonna start her college courses at Texas A&M. So when she gets out of high school, she'll have her med tech license. So.
My goodness.
But then she can't stop, because she's gotta go on to that school.
Yes, yes, she can't stop because she's got to, when she gets out of high school, she's got to go on to become a licensed vet. So,
Amazing.
Have it again.
yes, she has a plan.
Could you guys step over there so I can take the official photograph?
Scoot over. One more. There you go. Hug each other like that.
One more. Because we love to hear these stories.
Yes.
And,
We're blessed to have this new principal. He's
yeah.
an outstanding guy. We're really blessed to have him, so. we appreciate
What do the
it.
kids think of the archery program, all these kids?
They really like it.
They like it?
And, you know, Victoria wanted to say something, but she didn't know if she should. What do you want to tell them about her archery?
Tell us.
I was gonna see if maybe we can have an archery team in middle school and maybe in high school too.
Because we don't have, she said, Grandma, we don't have an archery team. Did you know that? And I said, no, I did not know that. She goes, I've been checking on it. She goes, there's no archery in junior high and high school. And she goes, I'm gonna be in 7th grade next year. This really scares me. And I said, well, maybe Grandma should substitute next year. She goes, oh no, Grandma, I'll be fine.
Have you seen other schools have
Yeah.
programs at the middle school and high school level?
Pretty sure.
When you went to the contest that you went to, were there any high schools and junior high schools?
Yeah.
And she was next to a senior, and the boy who bumped knuckles with her, he goes, way to hang with me, he said, because she was shooting right along with him, so.
Is that right?
She's good. She was really good.
Yeah.
And Miss
Well-
Phillips is a wonderful, wonderful archery teacher. She's really awesome. So,
Fantastic. It's great.
Well,
Congratulations.
Yes.
Phenomenal. And well, we need stories about, you know, who over here.
yeah, no, she was a good kid.
Okay.
She was a good kid. I can't say anything bad about her. She was a good kid.
well,
Anyway, well, I just again interrupted the presentation,
Oh, thank you.
but thank you very much, both of you. That's very good. They can stay for the rest of the evening. It's a reward. Continue.
It's gonna work.
It should work. I need to turn it on.
Oh. You're right. I do. And there's a list of the, oops, I went too far.
Go back.
We're going the wrong way.
I think it's opposite of what you normally would do.
Yeah, I'm going.
no, we're good.
No, you won't go back.
We'll go back. I was really for you, sir.
Take him back.
Take me back. Yeah, there you go.
There you
Yeah,
go.
right there. And then there's a list of the kiddos from Milan who placed at the state tournament. So
Really?
you can see, that's a good little list there.
That's fantastic.
Yes, it really is.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it.
I can't believe that.
The next thing, did have a teacher, but he's under the weather, that was gonna come, and a student, about our science and engineering fair, both the district one and then the regional. We had 4 students who placed in that engineering fair. This is the GCCS one. As you can see, Victoria is one of those who placed second at that fair as well. And then they also competed in the regional science and engineering fair. And Kayla Venable, who's a 6th grader at Milan, placed 3rd, the regional winner, and qualified for the state, which is next weekend in Socorro. So she will travel to Socorro to compete in that. So I'm super excited about that. She's an outstanding student as well. And Mr. Sayet, our 6th grade teacher who works with our science program and engineering program, does a great job. So he really is. He's gotten the kids excited about it. So I can't wait to see, because he's new at Milan, so I can't wait to see what he does next year. and it increases that number there, for sure. Next was just the book vending machine. First, I wanted to thank Dr. Martin because he was strategic in helping us obtain this book vending machine. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony in December, and our fifth grader, Dominique Gutierrez, received the first coin to put in that. She was super excited because she had read 1.4 million words by December, just this year. So that's incredible. So she got the lucky one to get the coin and select a book. And also I wanted to thank the quad because we had 20 kids participate, over 20 kids participate in the quad this year. And so they donated $100 worth of books for our book vending machine. So that was awesome. The kids will work for that. They will definitely work for that. So that was a great addition. So thank you for your help in getting us that, for sure. Wanted to spotlight Milan celebrating the Native American Week with our dress up days. Again, Miss Phillips and Miss Largo were instrumental in setting those dress up days, and the kids had a blast. You can see from the pictures in their traditional dress, and I think it was a great way to bring in some kind of culture to Milan and a great way to support our strategic plan. So wanted to share that with you all. And then our Lego club is huge. We have at least 43 kids every other Tuesday. And Miss Alham is our sponsor. And these kiddos, as you can see from the slide there, they build, it's based on our standards. So they're taking things from the classroom and they're using Legos to address those. So Miss Alheim, they built bridges from chair to chair to test weight. They've done 3D pictures, cars to see how they'll travel in distance. They've built volcanoes and then had them erupt. They've made leprechaun traps in there as well. I also wanted to mention that the kits that we received, which Ms. Sanchez talked about, they started using those last week. I have never seen so many excited kids in my life. So they use those kits and they are robotic kits, so they're working on those. It obviously takes more than one time, but to build those, but there are some of the pictures of the kids. And we've also had donations from parents as well. So that is huge. You can see the pile of Legos in the middle picture. And I mean, that's just a few of the kids there. So it's a great time, and that's a great after school activity for our kiddos. They love it, and it just continues to grow. I also wanted to highlight our third grade field trip to Blue Water because our third grade teacher, Vanessa Marcus, she won this grant and took the entire third grade to Blue Water Lake. They had a blast. Then they worked on standards while they were at Blue Water Lake. It wasn't just a day to play. They also worked while they were there in writing and nature and science and math, and I mean they did it all. And they had a great time. So I just wanted to recognize Ms. Marcus for winning that grant. And also thank the Sandia Mountain Natural History Center because that's who sponsored it for us. And it was completely free. They provided everything. So it was awesome. And it's also good for our kids to get out and see a little bit of New Mexico, right? Because they don't always get to do that. So we always enjoy when they get to go somewhere. Last thing, you're invited. Anytime you are welcome to come to Milan. Here's a few things that we have. We have a busy April and May. Anytime you'd like to show up, we would love to have you all participate. You can see we have an Easter egg hunt if you want to come with our pre-K kiddos. They do a lot at our school. We have 2 amazing pre-K teachers, and those kids have a lot of fun. They really do. Or you can come to field day and you can see all of them out there on the field participating. So again, you all are welcome anytime. At Milan, we'd love to have you. And I just wanted to thank you. Our staff and our students want to thank you for allowing us to share the amazing things that are happening.
Mr. Pettis,
Yes, thank you.
moving
Mr.
along
Maskell.
real fast. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Maskell and team. Next up, Mr. President, Board, is our annual audit report. And we have Mr. Manning and company on screen.
Mr. Manning,
Welcome.
thanks. Bye. So am I home?
Trying to find my mute button. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're happy to be here this evening to go over the audit for the year. And I was busy working while you guys were working. Let's get me the right things up on my screen.
Can you send me a link
So,
Send you the link.
from your cell phone?
okay.
Dr. Guy, the link.
Well, we'll go over the audit. And again, as normal, anybody has any questions at any time, feel free to stop us, ask those questions. I'll take the first part and then Chris will do the second part of the presentation. I get the boring part, he gets the part everybody cares about. So
Let's see.
overall, the main reason for the audit is to provide an opinion on the financial statements. And that opinion is on pages 4 through 6 of the audit report. You will notice this year that the format of the independent auditor's report is different than you've seen in the past. They've changed the format and actually start with the opinion, which is a good thing, so that you know what it is right off the bat. And you did receive an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion you can receive. Then it goes into a basis for that opinion, responsibility of management for the financial statements, and the auditor's
Mr. Pettis
responsibilities.
and Mr. Manning, hold on a second.
Yes.
Let's make sure we have the right visuals. Mr. Maldonado, what do we have?
Just a single sheet is all you need. He'll explain the rest of it, but he's going over this as a summary for you, okay?
No.
And the actual
Typically,
Do you
audit
have
report is-
do you have the actual audit report?
No,
I do. Would you like me to get it?
yes.
Put it up on.
Yeah, that which you might put up, Steve, and
Oh,
then
if you can put it up on the screen, that'd help.
Oh, it's
Isn't
really
that,
big. I'll go get it and you can thumb through it?
do you have the PDF, Steve?
No. I probably do. Let me look.
Dr. Guy, did you get the link?
what?
The link?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
You can keep going while I look for that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or if I can share my screen, I could bring it up on my side, so whichever. So the
Just share his screen. Go ahead, I'll bring the hard copies.
okay. So on page 7, you have your statement of net position. And the total net position is at the bottom of the statement, about the second to last line. You have about 2.8 million in a positive net position, which is bettered many times because the pension and OPEB stuff lots of times sends districts into a negative net position. The actual net liabilities on your financial statements for the pension and OPEB is actually $100 million. And now that is paper changes. It's not really liabilities of the district, but that is the net liability that you have to show on your books for the employees at Grant, Sibley County Schools, what the liability to the state is for them. On page 8, you've got your statement of net position. Then the change in net position for the current year was a positive about $9.7 million. Again, most of that's due to estimates and stuff that were related to the ERB and the OPEB liabilities. On pages 9 and 10, you have your balance sheet. On 9, you have the operational, which has a cash balance of almost $14 million. You get to that number by adding 3 different numbers together. You add the cash and the interfund receivables and subtract out the accrued payroll liabilities, and that'll get you the cash that the district had at year end. And that was an increase of almost $3.7 million on the year. On pages 12 and 13, you've got your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. The operational fund down towards about 3/4 of the way down shows that you had an excess revenues exceeded expenditures by about $3.2 million in the operational fund. And on page 13, in the very last column, over all funds, revenues exceeded expenditures by about $4.1 million. The next important thing, and there's something I always recommend that board members do, starts on page 20. It's your notes to the financial statements, and they go through page 53. So there's a lot of information there, but it's a lot of important information that helps you as a board member to kind of know kind of what policies are out there from an accounting perspective and a state perspective. And also as you get into detail, which starts about page 32, it gives you a breakdown in the various areas. For example, where are your receivables? What funds have them? What funds owe the operational fund? Your capital assets, long-term debt. And this year you have something new, leases. That is something that's new on the books this year, back on the statement of net position. You've got lease receivables, you've got asset leases, and you've got liabilities of leases. Before, those used to be just a note to the financials, but this year GASB 87 required that all of that information be put on the books. Page 39 kind of goes into detail on that. The district's a little different in that it has a lease receivable. Most school districts only have payables, but because of your cell tower rental on the land, that gives you a lease receivable that's also there. So those are some of the changes that you'll see during the year. But again, I do recommend the board members spend a little time there. The next important area, we do two other reports. We had the audit report, independent auditor report to start with, but towards the back of the report, single audit, the audit report on pages 114 and 115, you get our report on internal controls. And this is where I'm gonna turn it over to Chris and let him take from here to the end.
Okay, so I start off with the independent auditor's report. You will find that on page 114. Then there, I'm going to be going over the findings that you have, and I always start with the definition of the three different types of findings that you can have. The first being, and most severe, being a material weakness. The second is a significant deficiency. And the third and least severe is the other matters. So a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control, such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. We did have two findings which we described as material weaknesses. This is finding 2022-001 and 2022-003. And I will go over those in detail here shortly. Now, a significant deficiency, this is your mid-level of finding, is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. And we did have one finding that we determined was a significant deficiency. And then under the compliance and other matters, these are the findings which would be, in many instances, violations of New Mexico annotated rules or PED guidance, these things which don't really have an effect on your financials, but are more of a compliance issue. And there on page 115, you can see the findings which we have listed, and those range from 2022-005 to 2022-12. The next report is going to be the report on the expenditure of federal awards, which starts on page 116. This is similar to the independent auditor's report, but it is specifically on your federal awards, having to do with the single audit which we conduct and whether or not we have any findings at the federal level. The findings are the same as far as material weakness, significant deficiency in that regard. And we did have a finding which was a federal finding, and that was 2022-004. And the opinion on the federal is also unmodified, just as it is on your financial statements. The next chart I'm going to go over is page 119. This is the actual listing of the scheduled expenditure of federal awards. This lists each of the federal awards that you had throughout the year and the dollar value of your expenditures. And as you can see, if you lead through that list, you had $14,262,016 in federal awards for the year. Also, you'll see under like the impact aid, special education, and the education stabilization fund, the number 1 in parentheses at the end of the federal program, that's the designated that those are your major programs. And so those are the funds which we subjected to the single audit process. And then finally on page 122, this is the beginning of the summary of audit findings. This starts off with just a summary of the results, showing that the the audit report that we issued is unmodified. We did find material weaknesses and significant deficiencies in your financial statements, also for the federal awards. Whether or not we had material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. We did not have a material weakness, but we did have a significant deficiency. The report was unmodified. And again, restating the federal programs that we identified as your major programs, and that if you expend $750,000, that is the threshold limit for a single audit. Okay, so then on page 123, this is where the findings start. And I'll go over each of the findings for you and kind of give a brief summary of the layout so that we have a better understanding of how the findings are arranged.
Let's
So we
stop
start
for a
off-
second.
Sure thing.
Mr. Manning and Mr. Maldonado, let's go back to the very first, on this two-sheet page 4 through 6. Independent Auditor's Report. It says unmodified opinion. Best opinion possible. Then it says different format for opinion this year. Begins with opinion and follows with basis for opinion and then responsibilities of management and then auditor. And then from 7 through, page 7 through 53, were a lot of the financial data, each statements, different types. And then we come to the section of 114 where we start to see your analysis, your conclusions. It says no opinion, negative assurance, correct? So tell me on the very first one at the top, when you say unmodified opinion, explain how that reflects the body of your audit. Is that the general conclusion, that there is an unmodified opinion for all of your audit? Correct me.
Excuse me.
Educate
Okay.
the board on what that means.
Okay. The opinion you're looking for, the purpose of the audit is to express, would you mute yours, Chris? Is to express an opinion on whether your financial statements are fairly presented. Now, what does fairly presented mean? Does it mean they're perfect? No, we're not sure if they're perfect because we didn't look at every transaction. We only looked at a sampling of transactions, which statistics will say with about a 95% confidence level, we feel that they're fairly presented. Now, what really is fairly presented, I'll pull up real quick to look at what the number is, just to give you an idea. We kind of run over this in the entrance conference when we start the audit, but that number that we would be looking at is a tolerable misstatement. What is a tolerable misstatement on your financial statements? Well, for grants through the funds, that is about $322,000. On those first two statements, on statements that are on the statement of net position and statement of activities, that's almost $900,000. And you go, wow, that's big when I don't want anything on my checkbook off by that far. The issue is what is fairly presented is based on the total dollars that are in your financial statements and the accumulation of errors that may be in there. The idea is that would you as a board member make any different opinions and decisions based on the financial statements? If I gave you two sets of financial statements, and one was perfect, and one may have $200,000 worth of errors in it, but it's off $10,000 on this line that has $1.2 million in it, and it's $60,000 off on another line that may have $4.8 million on it. The idea is, would you make any different decisions if you didn't know which one was perfect and which one had some errors in it? So that's what the statistics that go into when you're doing an audit. And when you're looking at items from a sampling point of view. Now, one thing that throws that off more than most is because you have a past adjustment limit that these statistics also come up with. And to give you a real life example, during your audit, we're doing the audit. You also have consultants who are auditors from Carr Riggs Ingram, a very good firm and stuff, that providing you support on the side to help you change things that we can't go to without affecting our independence. But one of the places when we were having the discussion, when we were trying to get the payroll liability and the liability count squared up and corrected this year, which is what caused the audit to go a little slow. One of the comments was that came from the CRI individual was, well, that's going to be below your materiality level, so I'm sure you can just pass on it. And technically we could, but I called Steve afterwards and said, Steve, do you want to pass on it or do you want to correct it? And so sometimes while I have an auditor's hat on, the fact that I was a finance director for 10 years, I have a hard time taking that hat off sometimes because I know the schools want to get it as close as they can. So most of the time we correct errors because the school wants to correct the errors when we identify them that are actually below the limit. But we also believe that in the end, that means the chances of us being off by a material amount becomes even more difficult if we're correcting everything that we identify. And for the district, they have done corrections on every item that we have identified through the audit. And so that's when you get an unmodified opinion and what you're trying to do with the financial statements. We're saying that these are very fair. They may not be perfect, but you as a board should be able to use them to make important financial decisions and directions for the district. Any other
Okay.
questions on that?
So from 114 on are the audit judgments that we need to rely on.
Right.
It says no opinion, negative assurance.
And that is on the statement, on the report on internal controls. There's never of an opinion on it. It's just when we reviewed your internal controls, this is what we identified.
Okay.
And
So
we
you
state
say
that
you
there
say
could
you
be
have
more. Go ahead.
we have two material weaknesses,
Yes.
and then you say we have one significant deficiency.
Correct.
What would you, how should we interpret that?
Okay. And as Chris was kind of going over them to say, the material weakness is what that means is that we identified something that had corrections not been done, then your financial statements would have been materially misstated. That means there was an error that was going to be bigger than that materiality level that I kind of talked about looking at. So those are some things that could have caused the financial statements to be off, where it would not be, we could not say it was an unmodified opinion. The significant deficiency is not nearly as serious, but still an item that causes concern that we want to concentrate on. So you're always wanting to concentrate first your material weakness, then your significant deficiencies, and then third, that third set of findings that are kind of New Mexico compliance items. So that's the way you as a board are going to think about it. And as you go down the road, okay, have we got these, the major things corrected? And if yes, are we working on the minor things?
Okay, so that basically is the next steps for the district is then to address those two areas of weakness and deficiency.
Yes, those would be your first areas of concern because they were the biggest issues that we identified. The others can be minor things, and as Chris runs through them, you'll see that where New Mexico has no materiality. So you make us one error on one of the things that we're supposed to look at, it ends up a finding, no matter whether it's $5 or $5 million.
Okay. So the next step would be for the district administration to then establish a plan for how it will address these issues.
Correct. And in each
implement
of
the
these,
plan, and then report back to us as to how we're going to address those weaknesses.
right. And in each one of the findings, as Chris will go through them, they actually do state what they're going to do to fix it, who's responsible to fix it, and when do they think they'll have it fixed.
Okay.
And that's what
so
you would use as your follow-up.
we're hampered by not having those pages in front of us.
Mr. President.
But we have them listed in a synopsis kind of a thing,
Yes.
in 2 pages. I'm a little bit slow tonight.
Okay, no problem.
And so I'm trying to grasp this for myself and for, I guess, everyone else. I'm sure there are more smarter people here who are already figured it out. But let's try to continue on so that I can get a sense of where we're at. You had Chris, I stopped him at some point. I think we were on the last box is on front page 121.
Okay, and one thing I'll say too, it looks like they gave me the share. So I'm gonna pull up on the screen as we run through the findings so that they're up there for you. Let's see if make sure I get it right. Okay, do you see page 123 on your screen?
Zoom in.
And let's make it a little bigger.
Sort of see it. I gotta put on my magnifying super
Okay.
duper glasses.
All right, do you see it 2022-001 at the top?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll turn it back to Chris.
Okay. So there you'll see the 2022-001, and this is a designation letting you know that this is an audit finding in this current year. And then you'll see in those brackets 2018-005, and that signifies that this is a finding which was first reported in 2018 and is a finding that the district has had since that time. And this is the internal controls over district cash. There you'll see the finding level as material weakness. And as stated that this is a repeat finding, you'll see the repeat and modified. The first section of any finding is going to be the criteria. And there you'll see the 6-20 2.14 in MAC. This is the New Mexico annotated rules, or 1978, and this is the cash control standards. And so if you wanted to look this standard up, you'd be able to go there to find this section of law. And there in J and K, we list the kind of the specific aspect of the NMAC that we're looking at. And that will generally be bolded, so that way it kind of stands out to you from the rest of the legal language. The next
Would you
section
go
is,
back up? Would you scroll back up? Stop. When we say standards, this is the financial version of standards. And so these are, and so I'm just trying to say, aha, now I understand. These A, B, C, D, and so forth, so we shall issue, and we shall do this and we shall do that. And then J, it says the district shall maintain a cash control ledger. K, all bank accounts shall be reconciled, etc. Right?
correct.
That helps me to understand more about the district's fiscal responsibilities for cash control.
Correct.
Now, let's continue on. You're talking about,
Certainly.
why don't you go ahead and continue, and you were getting down to conditions.
Yep. So the criteria will always refer to the New Mexico state law, the federal guidance, or PED guidance, which is in essence the controlling entity for the finding.
Okay.
Next is going to be the condition. So the condition is going to lay out the specific finding issues that we had. And here you have them in bullet point listing under this NMAC guidance. These are the specific incidences of noncompliance that we had. For example, we have the stale dated checks of $37,000. We had outstanding other disbursements of $146,000. We had a bond which wasn't recorded properly. We still have some on the books, some amounts for prior bank accounts which have been closed. And so that will list there, and whenever we have a specific dollar value tied to that amount, or a specific number of instances that we found this incident, we list that there, so that way you have an idea of the severity or magnitude of the issue.
Okay.
Now with any repeat finding, immediately after the condition, you're going to see the section where we speak to the finding as it relates to last year, and whether the district has made an improvement, and whether the finding has remained the same, or whether there's been a regression. The next section is going to be your cause section. And this is what, in our opinion, caused the district to be in violation of the guidance. Next is the effect. This is how does this finding affect the district or its financials? The next section will be the auditor's recommendation. So this is what we have recommended that the district do in order to eliminate this finding in the future. And then you have finally, and which is probably the most important part for members of the board, this is the responsible officials plan. So this is the corrective action plan that the district has laid out that they are going to take in order to correct the finding. The timeline that they have set in order to have this finding corrected, and the employees who is responsible for meeting that timeline. And so this will lay out the district's guidance for the future of correcting these issues. And so this would allow you as board members to, if you want to do a spot check, say in 3 months, go, hey, where are we on this finding? This would lead you to guidance of who it is you would want to speak to.
Okay, this is what is helpful, because this, in essence, is telling us that we already have some guidance as to where we should go. And it's just a matter of me trying to see it.
Sure.
Because I'm a visual learner, whereas my wife, she can hear all of this and understand it entirely. She's an auditory, whatever, learner. But this really helps us to be assured that our district is going to, has a plan. And that the auditor and our district administration will be working together on trying to implement the corrective plan. And that's the game plan for the rest of the, now until whenever we get back to the next audit. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
All right, so the next finding is going to be 2022-002. It's a repeat finding from 2021. This is your budgetary controls. So there's the NMAC that lays out the guidance for this. And then during our review, we had budget cash from prior years, which was not entered in division systems the way they should have been. We had several funds with annual activity were not budgeted during the year, even though they had revenues and expenditures. We had an out of balance budget by $42,225,000. And then there's going to be on the next page, it's going to basically list each of those funds. So there you have specifically the fund name and the dollar amount related to each of those funds. Last year, we had an excess of budget in 4 of our funds for $90,000. And then there's getting our cause, the effect, the auditor's recommendation, and the responsible officials plan. The next finding is going to be your second material weakness. This is the lack of internal controls over payroll liability accounts and retiree healthcare payments. And we had liability balances in the 21011 object code of 104,025 were identical to the prior year and related to payroll liabilities in the 21 fiscal year that were not properly cleared. We had many funds carrying debit balances with a liability account totaling 139,000 in the 21100 code, and a couple other guidances. The dollar values and the specific retiree healthcare amounts there in the other bullet points.
Go back up. Go back up. Stop. Look at the recommendation. All right.
Okay. And the next of your major findings that we want to go in detail is going to be your federal award finding. This is your 2022-004. This is the non-compliance with Davis-Bacon capital expenditure requirements. And this was actually a finding that we haven't had in multiple years, but then several districts had it this year. And part of that was because of the COVID funds, and many of the school districts decided to expend those COVID funds on capital improvements and projects in the district without being aware that whenever you do use those funds for construction or of fixed assets, that there are some requirements of law as to regarding the hourly pay of the contractors, and that's related to the Davis-Bacon Act.
Really?
Correct. And so they have what is, so like I said, this is a finding which we haven't had for, I would say probably the last 5 years. And then I think at least 3 or 4 districts had it this year. So this was a really common finding this past year because a lot of the funding that's usually not used federally for construction and major fixed assets was used this year. So you have what's called the prevailing wage requirement, basically saying that you've got to use a certain minimum wage set by the federal government whenever you're having any of your construction contractors paid. And so also with federal fundings, we have what's called a question costs. And this is whether or not, in our opinion, that some of the dollars spent maybe were spent improperly as far as we're outside of the scope of the grant guidance. And here we don't have any question costs. So that is the one area where the federal finding is different from your regular financial statement findings. And again, you'll have the responsible officials plan there and the guidance on how to make sure that the finding is corrected. Now we get into the findings, which are your other matters. These are your, what we call the NMSA findings. So most of these findings are not related to financial issues. In many states, as my dad kind of alluded, New Mexico has what's called a zero materiality level. In most states, when you have a finding that doesn't have a significant or really any impact on the financials, those type of findings are not actually listed in the financial statements, but New Mexico is different in that we are basically required to have any single incident or any single dollar amount, which is not in compliance with some set guidelines, has to be reported in the financial statements, and that's where we get to these. So you'll see a lot of these are more non-compliance issues and not financial issues. So the first one here is an improper approval of a budget adjustment. So we had a budget adjustment which the district recorded, but had not been approved by the board. The second one is a purchase orders and authorizations. This is the most common finding. So school districts have a very strict requirement that no other municipality or entity, government agency has, in that you are required to have a purchase order prior to the commitment of any funds. Also, whereas in most other municipalities and government organizations, you simply have to have a purchase order before the check is written. Now, correct. And so the PED puts on a more stringent guidance on school districts than any other municipality or government agency. So in this, though, we only had one instance out of the 25 items reviewed where an invoice was received prior to the purchase order being authorized. And it was a $476 purchase. The next is going to be a timeliness of deposits. Again, a very time-dependent requirement in that any monies received by the district have to be deposited within 24 hours or the next business day. We had one instance where a deposit was not made within 24 hours for your operational fund. And once in your activities funds, and we had the amount there, $793 in the first instance, $220 in the second instance. And you see the timeline was a couple days instead of within 24 hours of one banking day.
I'll go back up. You can stop. That's an issue you tried to resolve, Mr. Maldonado. We'll talk about that later because this is back in 22.
21, 22.
Yeah, and so now you can tell us a better story, you know, in the few weeks to come. Okay, thank you.
All right. The next is going to have to do with the timely remittance of federal tax
Let me
withholding.
stop again. The public doesn't recognize that we get dinged when that happens. Is whenever I have cash in hand, or whenever we are working with cash, with activity funds and all the other club funds, the staff doesn't really take to heart that these things have to be done in a certain way. And so I think you've been trying to educate us about all of that. And so it's, you know, if we went cashless, that would eliminate some problems. But nevertheless, it's just an issue that we need to have the public understand that it places a lot of burden upon everybody trying to handle that cash properly in a timely fashion.
Correct.
And they don't know that. They just want to pay everything by cash, give, you know, and all that stuff. Okay, thank you.
So the next one is going to be the remittance of your federal tax withholdings as required. The district is the next day filer, and we had 3 instances in which the tax payments, either the full payment wasn't applied at the time, or we had a couple days late. There you have the 10/8 and the 12/17 pay date. We're 4 and 1 day late.
Just a minute, Steve, can you explain to us how that happens, that we don't make our tax payments?
Yes, we had a payroll clerk who was not really properly trained and said that they had made the payments as requested and required, but they didn't. And so that payroll clerk is no longer with us in that capacity, so. We have
I've heard of those instances throughout in the state, in other, in more profit-oriented organizations where they'll run into these problems. But somebody isn't paying, isn't submitting, and you hear about them. And so it's not a lot. But
Well, it's a lot because we get a fine for it.
I'm
No,
saying
just
it's not a
fine,
lot, but the consequences.
Fine from the IRS.
Yeah,
And so when, just to give you some perspective, when I came on board in July, it would be 4 years, if you can imagine that. The very first thing I was hit with was a $280,000 fine from the IRS because we had the prior clerk had not made payments on time or in the correct amounts, and so that we had to pay that. There's no going back, you have to pay that and then make that. And so we worked really hard to make sure we put a process in place. It just wasn't landing. So we did make some changes, and now we have a new payroll clerk in place, and we have a new process in place where we have a checklist. And before we approve payroll to go to the bank, I also approved the EFTPS payment.
Do we also get late fees for the amount of time that goes by without paying those? Because I know I used to do that for our trucking company. We had to make those tax payments on time, or else we got a late fee and interest payment on the amount that we still owed.
Yes, we don't do that anymore. Yes, if you don't pay it on time and you don't pay the correct amount, you do get fined, and there's really no forgiveness for it.
And there's no checks and balances, just to have one employee in charge of that and no checks?
No, there are checks and balances. Now, we have 2 employees involved with that. One who runs the report, the other one who is in charge of making the payment, and then me okaying the payment the day it's due.
okay, thank you.
All right. The next we have an equity and athletics reporting. And so this is basically a requirement that you have to send a report to the PED by a specific date regarding your Title IX adherence in your school athletics. And so if the report is not submitted by the date, then it's a finding.
Back up. Stop. I think when we think of ordinarily about athletics, we don't have any idea that there's a responsibility of reporting on certain requirements. But, and our staff have to do that. And so we have, and in Title IX has been law for some time. And what does Title IX essentially consist of, Max or Steve?
Equity, equity with the expenses, equity with gender. There's changes a couple of years ago that even made it a little bit stricter with all the things that they were doing before. It's even, they've tightened it up even more. So we have to be real careful on how we expend. A lot of times people get in trouble with athletics and allowing, for example, the boys football team to get more better schedules or better trips and things like.
Steaks versus hamburgers? Okay.
Yeah, so Title IX basically is just you sending out the report to the PED, making sure that your boys and your girls sports teams aren't treated differently or unfairly, and that there is close to as much parity as you can between the different schools. So if your boys basketball team is permitted a $30 per diem for food, then your girls basketball program doesn't only get a $10 per diem for their food type deal, and making sure that uniforms and things of that athletic facilities are fairly equal between both your boys and your girls.
Okay.
Before you go on, because we have two athletic directors at the two high schools, is there one final, what do they call it? Report that has to be done, or who does the final, or who combines the two to make sure it's correct?
Well, it's going to be me, because it hasn't been done, and there was a sort of confusion of who would do it, and so I spoke with Mr. Perez, and I said, we actually have 3 athletic directors, because we also include the middle school money in this as well, and so moving forward, I think it's incumbent on our business office to make sure that the report gets filed. I will say this, that as soon as I found out about this finding, I went to go fix that and file the report. However, the state doesn't have the portal open anymore for me to do that. And I probably no fewer than 5 or 6 emails and phone calls to those folks, to the bureau that's responsible. And because they've had changes in personnel, I still don't have an open portal for me to report this audit year's information, as well as the upcoming year requirement. So it's been quite frustrating for us to be able to make this.
You can't go up there and push it into the slot there.
I can't do that. I tried and it doesn't work.
Just to add to that, it was a little bit unusual this year that typically you get a warning email saying that this is coming, you get prepared, this is due on this date. We didn't, I don't recall seeing any of that this year for the first time, so not to place blame, but it's a fact.
So is this going to be amended next year too as well?
It depends on how many hamburgers I can pay the auditors with. No, I don't know.
And you'd asked about the report. There's actually a separate report for every school that does the athletics. So it isn't combined, it's 3 different reports for each school.
And typically, athletic directors don't get that financial, or don't have that financial accountant or budgetary, ability to do that. It's usually somebody that's taken accounting or, so finance director or athletic directors usually just deal with athletics.
Getting bad about ordering basketballs and equipment
And the report doesn't deal just strictly financial. It's dealing with the different reports you do and participation and all of those things.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Next one is going to be your background checks and I-9 documentation. So in our review, we noticed we had one of the 25 files reviewed. We did not have an FBI background check on the file. And then the 4 of the 25 files reviewed, we did not have a properly completed I-9 form. Now, in the prior year, there were 18 instances where there was no valid FBI background check. So this is an area where there was a significant improvement in that direction.
I'm
The
assuming Lisa knows how to do that, right? Okay.
So the next one is going to be failure to complete an annual physical inventory. So each year the district has to complete an inventory of all of their fixed assets. That's to be everything of $5,000 or more. And then they submit that report to you, members of the board. And so that way you can certify that these are in fact the fixed assets, since you guys ultimately have the financial responsibility of the district. And so that was not submitted to you by the end of the year.
I have a question, because this just recently came up. The different tribes have their own, what are we gonna call it? Criminal reporting. Is that something that's what, that you do a background check on with the tribes, or you just do the state?
State and federal.
State and federal, but
Yeah.
the tribes usually are filed under the federal. Not that I know of.
Normally they are. I've had to reach out to our Pueblo's offices for a supporting documentation on them. So normally it does fit under the federal.
Okay. And then the last one that we're going to have is going to be the late filing of audit report. Since we didn't have this report in to the state by November 15th, because we were working on those major issues we had talked about at the beginning. And so again, that's just a hard deadline that the state has in order to have all reports in. Now, the last page I'm going to go over here is on page 144. This is just basically a summary of your prior audit year findings. And what this does, it lays out the findings that we had in the prior year, breaks them up between your financial statements, your federal and your NMSA findings. So last year, you can see we had our internal controls over district cash, bank reconciliations. You had 2 federal awards, which in the prior, you had 2 federal findings in the prior year, which you can see that they were resolved. And then you have your NMSA findings down there, which were each of those 4 that we had in the prior year, which were repeated in the current year. And so that is the listings of last year's audit findings and whether they were resolved or repeated.
Okay, answer me this, when it says repeated and modified, does that mean it's still occurring?
Correct. And so
we
what you'll
haven't
see
fixed
is, so as an example, last year we had deposits not made in 24 hours. And so what we mean by modified is we're going to be the conditions area. Generally, what we're going to be saying is this is the same type of finding under the same NMSA statute or NMAC guidance, but we had a different number of instances, different dollar value of the issues. And so that's what that means by the modified. Okay, and that concludes my section. Any questions for me?
And one thing I'll point out to you is that Steve does do the most thorough plan of any of the school districts that we have. Most, it's a one little sentence, we'll correct or do what the auditor says. Steve actually puts together the good bullet points of these are the steps we will do. And so it does provide you a good plan and a good way that's easy for you to follow up later as a board. So that is one big positive about how the district approaches trying to resolve their findings in the future.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Chris. Until we meet again.
Yeah, it's almost that time already.
Don't say that.
So Steve, in summary, what do you think in terms of what the audit is telling us?
I think,
Previous years?
what the board really needs to hear most is that my interest is in making sure that we maintain the integrity of the financial report, that we continue to make progress with complying with the different regulations. Some of those regulations, or complying with some of those, is out of my hands at some points, which is frustrating at times, but it also takes education. And that's why there are times when I have to really work hard to intervene on behalf of the district to protect the integrity of the district finances over the wishes of those people who are boots on the ground, maybe are touching the money and those kinds of things. The cashless thing is one of those incidences, examples. Purchase orders is another one, where we really work hard to educate the staff, and working with Lisa to help me identify those repeat offenders and help us to take corrective actions with those, because I can't control those. Many of these I do control. It's well within my purview, and you'll see that we went from 26 to 12 to 7 to this amount now. And so we are making, the number of material findings has shrunk, the number of significant deficiencies has been reduced. It's those darn compliance things that we can't always take care of, right? But again, they don't have an effect on your ability to have confidence in the financials. And I think that when you look at the cash balances and the work that we've done to really make strong strides and corrective actions, then I think that you can look at this, despite the number of findings, you should be looking at the integrity of the financials and how much we have really made improvements.
I'd like to add to that, the improvement on the processes and the systems that Steve and his staff have put into place. Very thorough. It's a very complex and complicated system sometimes. It's not as simple as it appears. It's almost unfair that it comes to something as simple as this, but there's a year-long lots of work that goes behind the scenes. And I just want to point out for the board that we do have a pretty solid financial department.
Just one last comment. The last finding or non-compliance was the late filing of the audit report for 2022, and it lists the causes. Having the same business background, it just seems like you yourself admit there's some areas that you don't have any control over, and some of them are staff not trained in that. So how do we combat that? And not reconciling of the payroll liability accounts or the outstanding check and other disbursements. I know you can't be a watchdog over all of that, but are we ensuring that our staff is educated and trained in how to do that, so that you're not constantly having to stand over there and make sure that they're doing what they're doing? You have to have confidence in the quality of your staff to assure that these things don't happen.
So I will say that the late finding, or the late filing, was not caused by any of the NMSA non-compliance issues. It was caused by the payroll liabilities at the end of the year. As you know, we give out 5 checks at the end of the year, and they're dated in the new year. Some of them are dated in the new fiscal year. I'm going to take full responsibility for that because I did not like the process that we had where we cut checks and then we kept them and we didn't post them until we actually distributed them. I wanted to go to an electronic version of doing that. And when we did that, we made some errors in posting and making journal entries on time. So that was my fault. We went back, and when we worked with CRI, our CPA firm, they helped us identify a better process for making sure that the payroll liabilities that went beyond the fiscal year were posted properly and that we made the proper journal entries. So going back years, we've been doing the same process with the posting of the payroll liabilities, and we've had issues every single year, since the dawn of time, I imagine. Every single year we've had issues with that. And they may not have been called out on the prior audits, and they should have been, and it wasn't called out until the very first time that Byron came in. We had those 26 findings and we took steps to make changes. I've said before that we are working on correcting many of the sins of the past that Byron uncovered, and that it takes time for us to make those changes. So when I went to that electronic payroll liability posting, we made some mistakes. We are working with our CPA firm to do an audit before he even comes to make sure that when he comes, we've already made those journal entries and we posted it correctly. So we have sort of a mini audit ahead, and we're going to schedule that in May before the real audit starts so that we know that we go into it with a clean set of books. The other thing it had an impact on was our starting cash. When he looked at the starting cash, because of the prior audits still being off balance, if you remember the stale accounts that we have with PED, if we remember the those kinds of things, we weren't able to really balance. So we started the year without a balanced checkbook. So he came in and said, so your starting cash, I'm going to say, was $13,429,000, when really it was off by $4 million, and it was really only 11, or actually it was more than that. It was thankfully it was more than that. It was, it was $18 million. Why is that? Because we weren't able to reconcile it. So taking steps to make sure that we start with a clean balance at the very beginning, that it matches our prior year audit ending balance, just like you would any checkbook, right? And so we're working to do that, and I believe that this coming year, when we start with our starting cash balance, for example, and those payroll liabilities and how they're booked, they're going to be whistle clean. That's my goal.
That was gonna be my, and you're already doing it, having someone pre-check before the audit
Yes.
comes up.
Yes.
And that if they need any assistance, that we should have somebody on contract to provide you that assistance. That way you're not trying to deal with the little details when the bigger details are the ones that need to be taken care of.
You explained this to us already, the issue. So we already knew that we were gonna be late. And so we knew it was gonna show up.
Right.
And it did. Thank you. I think the audit is showing us that we have made great improvements in what it is we're doing, and that the fiscal operations of the districts are sound, and that we are going to always pay attention to audit findings that require us to improve more, and we will continue to do so. It appears that we've been substantially reducing down the errors over the last several audits since someone from Spain has joined us as the business manager, director. Thank you very much. I think you're from Spain. From where? Basque Country? Someplace like that.
I found my heritage.
We found out who he is. D, Mr. Pettis.
Yes, so Mr. President, Board, the next presentation. This is the graduation status. As we approach graduation dates very quickly. Here's the latest.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, we do have, after the third quarter ended, we did have some updates at our graduation status. So now at Grants High School, we have a total of 141 students that are on track. So that is up a little bit. We have 7 students that are still in danger and working on their credits in order to graduate on time. And we have 13 students that we are hoping to get to graduate by the end of the summer. And as you said, have a ceremony for those students as well. Laguna Acoma High School still has 52 students and 52 students on track to graduate. And Early College High School is now up to 9 students that are on track and 1 student that is working to recover a credit and hopefully graduate as well. So then that would make all 10. And so that changed from 7. And so 2 more have come right back up.
Run,
So some
run,
improvements,
run Grants High School again. What did you say?
141 on track.
On track.
And how many are not?
We have 7 that are in danger that are working towards getting there by May, and then we have 13 that will hopefully graduate at the end of the summer.
And all 52 are at Laguna Acoma on track.
Continue.
Next up is the update on attendance, truancy, and discipline.
Oh, we're so sorry we kept you here too. I was watching you. I figured you were sliding down pretty soon.
Got a little nap in, I'm good. Good evening, Mr. Pettis, School Board President and School Board members. I'm gonna make this one really quick for you. The EWS Early Warning Systems Update for attendance and enrollment Q3. The next slide.
Good job.
I need to turn it on.
Is it on?
Next slide.
She's speaking.
Oh.
She's got the machine on there, sorry.
There you go.
Very good.
So our enrollment on the 120th day was 3,218. Enrollment last year, 120th day was 3,119, so we're up 99 students on the 120th day. Here's our attendance graph year to date. You can just see where all of our schools are sitting. This was as of Friday. I run it every week and update our graphs. Next slide is our attendance by ethnicity, and you can break it down and see where all our different groups are sitting with their attendance, and that was as of yesterday, I believe. We ran those numbers. And I did tier all our students district-wide, so you can see how many students that we have in every tier in the district. And that's all I'm gonna go over. You can go over, I think you all have the presentation in your packets. Just some stuff that EWS is doing at all our sites and trainings that we're going through, and the rewards and stuff that we're doing for our students. Any questions?
I was looking at the tiers.
Mm-hmm. Back.
How do you, what's your evaluation of this, your analysis of just looking at, what is this telling you that you can tell us about it?
I'm not really surprised at it. I think we're so far in the year. We have a lot of kids that are falling into those intervention stage. I think that's pretty normal. We've got 1,000 of our students that are at tier 3. Those are our early intervention stages. I think that's pretty normal for this time of year. You start seeing where they're missing a little bit more and stuff. So we're addressing those tier 3s. And our tier 4s, I think that we're still recovering from a lot of COVID absences. But now it's counting against them.
Explain.
Last year, any COVID related was coded different at the state level. So it didn't really count against them this year unless they are COVID positive or tribal
Activities.
no, the tribal, I'm trying to say, quarantines. Those are the only ones that we're using a COVID code on. So everybody else that presents, they're counted absent.
Along with
So
the,
you're gonna see your tier 4s go up.
along with the coding change, there was a mindset change after COVID, not only with our district, but with many, where it seems that students or families look at school as optional more than required, more than ever.
Absolutely.
642 kids who are missing 20% or more.
100% of school population.
So if you compare that to their grades, to their performance, what are we seeing?
Direct correlation.
The more they miss, the less they're apt to learn and graduate.
And Trish and all of the EWS and me, we all have conversations with parents almost daily about this, and they said, well, they're sick. They said, we understand that they're sick, but if they wouldn't have missed the 14 days before they got sick, then they wouldn't be in a tier.
So what is their explanation?
They have a doctor's appointment here and they take the
They're
full
sick.
day. They have a
They're
dentist
sick.
appointment and
What
they
do
take
you
the
want me
whole
to do?
day.
Send my child to school sick? Pretty much what we get, or I'm the parent, and if I want to keep my child home, that's what I'll do. And that did not used to happen in the past.
Like Mr. Pettis said, it's become a mindset change where school is optional and it's not required.
Got to work to change the mindset and give our kids a reason to come back. And I think our pathways, our CTE, is going to bring back some of our high schoolers that we've lost, that have dropped out. And it's going to engage our students, our older students. Stop to work on the younger ones.
I'm hoping that the CTE will also generate interest with their peers. You know, I want to go to school to do this, and that's what you need to, if we can't engage the parents, we're gonna need to re-engage our kids.
Have them be interested in.
And you know, hey, what would you do today? I did welding, I did archery, I did what have you. And we have to delve into our kids to encourage our kids to come back to school.
I'm wondering with these statistics, how does this impact then the numbers you're showing us on improvement? When we have this number of kids that are absent, and then you're telling us that they're improving academically or and all this, then I'm beginning to question, how can that be when we have these many absent?
And I see it as if we have this kind of improvement with this kind of attendance, imagine if our attendance was 96, 97%, what our improvement would look like, what our scores would look
We
like.
could reach way more students.
These are the students that are showing up, that are showing us this improvement and increasing that data. When we have students that are at school, imagine what those scores are gonna be.
You showed a chart with the attendance to date. And some of these kids are impacting this. The ones in the 3s and the 4s are impacting his school's attendance rate.
And it could impact it either going up or going down, because if they're these that are not in school are not getting the instructional value. And so they're gonna be, actually might end up bringing the scores down. Now you're considering their lack of educational status.
And that's exactly what the Attendance for Success Act stipulates. It's not absent, excused, and unexcused, and parents don't understand that because for 20 years, if we excuse their absence.
We used to have excuse, you know.
then so our attendance rate looked really good because we could excuse 50 absences.
They don't do that
And
anymore.
the kid had 4 unexcused, so it always looked good. But right now, all they look at is lost instruction. That's all their focus
That's
is.
what it needs to be, like, that's to boil down to that last instruction, like what you said.
Yeah, and the mentality for decades was that if you wrote an excuse, it's not counted. We didn't have to count it. But it's correct that we just need to say, you lost out.
You're not here, you didn't learn. And if you do come back, odds are you're not gonna make up that time frame.
The other is, are we still having the same problem, Mr. Pettis? And you remember when you were there at the Mesa View, the kids would get checked out early?
Coming in late and leaving.
Coming in
early.
late on Monday or leaving early on Fridays, remember those?
Mondays and Fridays are hard.
And they still wanna do that.
We're kind of shifted the way we count a full day, half day, or a quarter day now in our new operating program. We can calculate a quarter day, so we're giving the kids a quarter of a day if they're getting checked out early or coming to school at a certain threshold. So at least it puts them into a tier so that we can address that with the parent. As opposed to just a tardy unexcused, or a tardy excused or a tardy unexcused. It didn't count against the child, but now it does, which kind of hurts our attendance, but it gives us the opportunity to address it with the parent. Like, it does hurt your child, they are missing instruction time.
Something that we have to realize is that this is not only a kid problem, this is mostly a parent problem, bringing their kids to school. And so this allows us to meet with the parents and find out what the barriers are for them that they're not coming to school. And if it's definitely a parent issue, then we can address it that way rather than, the kid is the one who's losing out. So we're trying to protect them and their education.
So,
I'm looking at the low percentage of Grants High School, 72, what are the indicators there?
what's driving that?
We've been addressing that this year, so what we put into place is we're restructuring their EWS team. We've got 4 people in there now that are calling home, running the tiers, meeting with the families. But that's brand new, but just since we started that, I think we've seen a 10% increase, give or take. They were actually lower than that. And we did have some issues with their online Edgenuity program with those kids not logging in, spending the time that they were supposed to spend in there. So we've kind of assigned them all to one teacher there, so she can monitor them more closely. So hopefully, we're gonna start seeing that one go up as well.
Tricia spent a lot of time at Grants High School in the last couple of months, restructuring all of that and making sure. We've also re-implemented the calls home. So automatically when a child is out, then at the high school level, it automatically calls home and lets you know that they've been marked out for a period.
So we've got the robocalls going home, robo-texts going home, and then I have 4 ladies physically calling home, asking, where's Johnny?
Why are they absent?
Why are they
They know
absent?
that they're absent.
Exactly.
And yeah, parents cannot say they did not know.
What about the cute little kid that erases a message or
No,
pretends
this
to be?
goes directly to the parent.
It goes to the parent, and it goes in text, email as well.
If they get a text, an email, and a phone call.
How are you confident that you're reaching all the parents? Because I know some of our parents love to change numbers and use cell phones and all that kind of stuff.
That is an ongoing battle, and if you ever figure out how we can fix it, you let me know.
My daughter does that a lot.
I haven't heard about this in my office.
Yeah, and they switch. They go to different, and next thing, and I can't reach my daughter. Well, I changed my number.
And unfortunately, we get blocked by parents because they're tired of hearing things.
They're tired of, they block you.
So we use district cell phones and
They
Facebook.
recognize them after a certain point.
Do a post on Facebook. Please so-and-so call Grant.
And you'll really get, then you'll get.
In court.
Ask her.
we're finding some humor in it, but the public needs to know. Those of you who are listening in, you need to recognize that, encourage your families to send the kids to school. It's really damaging these children. If they keep on doing this now, next year it's the pattern repeat. What is the problem? We need to know. If it's something that we're doing at school that is causing the child not to come to school, let us know. But we have to change. We have to really commit our family resources to keeping these kids in school. If you're having problems as a parent, talk with the school, saying, I'm having difficulties. Maybe there's some other solutions, not school-oriented, but maybe the community needs to know. How can we support some of these parents who are having struggles? A lot of these people are low income.
There are some struggles, there are some actual struggles.
There are some dysfunctional settings. And so there's no one really knowing how to overcome the attitudes or resistance or apathy or whatever it is that is causing our students to not come to school. We've got to do something for them. It's going to be too late for some of these kids. They need to enjoy what Bob was saying, is that we're coming up with some dynamic programs that'll make their lives better once they leave our high schools. They need to be here to enjoy those things, you know. Best wishes and good luck to you. Continue to persevere and, you know, and all of the staff that are working in this area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Good
Trish.
evening.
Mr. President, Board, the next item is the budget update and community feedback updates.
Yes, I have a 72 slide presentation to give you today. I just wanna.
Is that it? Come on. And
I
some
do want to
music?
update you after our last meeting we had last Wednesday, which I gave you a lot of information. In terms of being able to get feedback, we've had two very detailed presentations to both Laguna and Acoma leadership, which is very important. We are still working. Yesterday and today, I spent several hours with the PED and other.
TikTok.
What?
The time's going for you guys. In terms of the timeline they gave you.
Yes, yeah, and so we're still working on getting the different forms that were required from the PED. They introduced another one on the calendar today, which kind of threw us for a loop. Thank God for Dr. Martin on that one. We're promised that as soon as the governor signs House Bill 2, we'll get our unit value. It's just waiting in abeyance until that occurs. And then we'll get more guidance on how we actually are going to, the state's going to give us guidance on how they want to implement the 1% across the board and the average 5%. But as I told you before, we're just going to do the straight 6%. It's a lot easier to do that. I've been working with Ms. Salazar and the rest of the group on putting together our salary schedules and what that looks like. They're going to be meeting with the principals next week on the actual configuration for the schools. And then we've been working on how we want to implement the $25,000 minimum for the EAs. So a lot of work ahead in the next few days, as well as when we're at spring budget. So we will bring you a budget for the next board meeting. I hope to have something to you way in advance so that you can at least look at it and be able to formulate your questions.
Thank you. Is our illustrious consultants available right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paul is on.
Okay, Mr. Perez, next item.
Is update on the superintendent search. Dr. Linda Paul is on.
Dr. Paul.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, superintendent and staff. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to give an input tonight or give an update tonight I'm proud to announce that we have sent out 14 applications to individuals interested in the superintendent position. Now, please remember that these applications are not due until May, or the end of April, so they have a little bit of time yet. We will also be reaching out to your nominees, school board nominees, here next week as soon as we get all those names and contact information. We will reach out to those folks and let them know what's upcoming, etc. I noticed on your board agenda tonight that you have a list of events coming up in the next few weeks. And I would just want to add the superintendent interviews are also on May 23rd, per your decision from last week's board meeting. So so far we have advertised with the New Mexico School Boards Association, with the New Mexico Coalition of School Administrators, and AASA, the National Superintendent Association. I'm still waiting on a callback from Navajo Times. We keep missing each other, and so I will continue to pursue that. It is also on your website. Thank you, Lorraine, and everyone else who had a hand in that. And also it is posted on REAP. And so we're getting lots of interest, ladies and gentlemen. And so Mr. Sullivan and I are on top of that. We're making sure that the applicants have everything that they need to present you with a very thorough application come the end of the month. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions, board members? We have several, but we will all keep them to ourselves. Thank you.
Good,
I'm
because
glad you're
that's
working
all
on
I
it.
could-
Extend our greetings to Tom. And
I will.
we will keep in touch with you, and board members, we have to do our duty and I know, and congratulations to Mr. Hayes. He gets the prize for turning in all of his names. We'll have to
Thank
figure out
you.
something. And I know the rest of us are derelict, and we're struggling very hard to get them all in.
I sent mine to Lorraine, but I don't think it went through because the internet was.
Well, I did too. No, I didn't do that. I'm still, yeah.
Procrastinating.
Well, no, I'm trying to get it done well. Thank you very much, Linda. Appreciate it.
You're
We will
welcome.
do
You all
our
have a
duty.
great rest of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
What did you say, May 23rd was the superintendent interviews?
That's the advisory teams, all of us.
The round robin.
Yeah, the round robin. Mr. Pettis.
Sir, Mr. President, Board, next up is the first action item. Consideration of approval for the amended 2023-2024 school calendar. I do recommend that we approve this action item.
What did we amend?
Just say, it looks the same as the last one. Is there
Uh,
anything you changed?
We can-
Explain why we had to do that.
The reason is we had a legislative session where they've changed our requirement in hours and a few other caveats. And Dr. Martin is prepared to explain that.
Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Perez. The passing of HB 130 prompted us to amend our calendar for us to be in compliant with its requirements. So as you may all know, HB 130 required for us to have 1,140 hours of instruction in K through 6. There has to be 1,080 hours of student learning time, and at most 60 hours of professional work, which includes professional development time and parent-teacher conferences. In the secondary level, 7 to 12, we have to have 1,110 student learning time, meaning time spent by students with teachers learning, and only at most 30 hours of professional work. And in the amendments that we did on the calendar, we actually included those numbers in. So individuals looking at our calendar knows how many student learning days we have and how many professional working days we have. At this time, we have a total of 181 instructional days in our calendar, because if you combine those two, those are our instructional days. And also included in our calendar are the district minimums for our kindergarten grades 1 through 6 and grades 7 to 12. And the minimum number of hours that those grade levels have to spend for an instructional day for us to be able to be in compliance or to reach the 1,140 hours of minimum requirement by the PED. And included with the HB 130 requirements, or meaning ELTP was sunsetted. They're no longer required by HB 130. And that's another change that you see in the calendar. There used to be 10 days at the end that are in blue, which are for ELTP days. Those were taken out because we're no longer required to do the 10 days of ELTP like prior school years. And we're no longer required to do K5 plus in July as well.
Another interesting piece is that election day will be a full day off of school. And but that's not gonna occur this round. It will be starting next school year.
Yes.
Next calendar year.
Next calendar year, November 7th will be a holiday.
Primaries.
So it doesn't take away from any of the breaks or holidays?
Not really, ma'am. So the only thing, the major difference is the ELTP days being taken out. And just adding, what do you call this, things that school sites, teachers, parents and students need to know in order for us to be in compliance, like the number of instructional hours, the number of student learning hours that has to happen at the elementary level and high school level, and everything else like professional work days, and how those combine for us to be in compliance with HB 130.
So we already are embedding, board members, any questions, comments?
It's a challenge trying to get all the work in.
Seeing none, I want to ask my question. Call for motion. Motion made by Ron Ortiz, seconded by Emily Hunt Daly. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Ricky Jones,
Aye.
There it is.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Dr. Guy Archambault.
Yes, motion carries. Continue.
Okay, Mr. President, Board, next action item is consideration of approval of outsourcing food management contract with Southwest Food Excellence in the amount of $2,737,910.24. I do recommend approval of this action item.
Mr. Pettis, we had some conversation. So can we have some clarification?
I'm happy to provide that for you. So over a year ago, we started working on how we might do a better job of providing food and reducing the waste of food and increasing the participation of those students who actually ate our breakfasts and lunches. That was one concern. The other concern we had was we were not spending all of our food service allocation every year. For years, we have been carrying over to the next year over $1 million in unspent funds. So I want to go back to when I was a high school teacher just 6 years ago. I saw what my students were eating or not eating, and I worked really hard to see why that was happening. And so when I came into this role, one of the very first things I did was I met with Mr. Perez and another consultant and our food service folks to see how we might be able to improve the food offerings that we were providing to our children and how we could spend more money on more freshly made food, sourcing fresh foods, and doing something very different than what we're doing now. So not seeing any improvement, over a year ago, I began to reach out to my counterparts at my NMASBO and asking what other alternatives are out there. I didn't even know there were food service providers. And several of them came forward to me and shared with me what they're doing and how their districts have made significant improvements in the fresh food offerings, in the participation rates, how many people are eating, how many meals are provided to students, and how they're maintaining costs as well. And so that's when we began to reach out to the PED's Health and Wellness Bureau and asking them to give us some guidance on what we might be able to do differently. Again, my biggest concern at the time was how much money we were not spending on food for children and for our students. So, and in doing so, I wanted to make sure that when I met with our staff, with Mr. President, the ELT, I made sure that our goal was not to save money. That was never the intention. The goal was actually to spend more money and invest more money in food and nutritious food for our students. This is a highly regulated process by the PED. They keep a close watch on everything that the food service departments do and what the third party or food service providers also do. So very close watching. So as we began to do that, we began to reach out and we fielded an RFP there's 3 providers that are qualified to provide service. We fielded an RFP. During that process, we invited elementary school students, we invited mid-school students, high school students, teachers, cook staff. We invited all staff from a variety of people, parents to come in. We probably had, I'm going to say 70 or 80 people come in and they feel that they tasted the food from the 2 vendors. They filled out surveys. We asked them specifically, would you eat this food? Do you think your friends at school will eat this food and will they eat more of it? And which food do you like best of the 2 vendors that we had taste testing that day? It was a very busy day. A lot of food went through. I think I got one sandwich. I don't know. But anyway, we really did our due diligence in making sure that we did some very good background checks. In addition, I out of the 9 districts that are served by SFE, I interviewed 4 of them in person. I looked at the good, the bad, and the ugly, what works and what doesn't work. And if you know anything about me, I had some very difficult conversations with the 2 vendors and brought to them the feedback that I got from the vendors, both good and what could be improved. And I asked them how they were making strides to improve that. So I wanted to make sure that I had some really hard conversations with those vendors who were facing some criticism. When we did the evaluation, this process started, I want to say, before I even met Mr. Triplehorn and knew that he was even going to be here, we started this process. So when we did the evaluation, we brought in the cook managers from Laguna, from Grants, and we brought in other folks who could evaluate these RFPs. First of all, it had to go to the state to evaluate. Once it passed them, then they sent both of the RFPs back that said, please move forward, and we did. We scored them, and again, with the goal of increasing the participation rates and improving the actual food that the students ate. That was the most important. We have to provide better fresher foods that were, menus that were prepared by chefs. We have to be able to have a company that could bring their expertise, their national buying power into so that we could make better use of our funds and then spend more of it and provide more food. That was really the goal here, and that's what we're wanting to do. I think that you'll find that the feedback I got from the 4 districts that they expanded, that the SFE was able to expand the food offerings, the number of menu options in every meal. They increased the participation by the students and they reduced the waste that was being provided. They also had fantastic training programs for our cooks to be able to look at how to prepare foods. They have a program which I was attested to by the other districts that I interviewed, that they allow the cooks to bring in their own local flavor as long as it met the USDA requirements. They interviewed students on what food would be provided. They brought in menu options and shared them with parents to make sure that those parents also had input. So there were a number of stakeholders that had input both into the process and will continue to have input into the process once we get this contract approved. Another thing that was very important to us and to Mr. President, wanted to make sure that we protected the employees. So we gave them options to say, look, if you want to stay employees of the school district, then that's totally up to you. You can maintain, especially those who have been working for us for years. We wanted to honor their service. We wanted to make sure that they had the option to do what they wanted to do without any pressure from the district or any pressure from the food service management company. So they have the option of staying on with the district or moving to become employees of the food service management company. I looked at the SFE's comprehensive benefit package, very similar to what we offer. Unfortunately, some of those are lower priced than what we offer. I saw that and I thought, wow, that's a pretty good program. So we really wanted to provide options for the employee, the cook staff, the folks who are in the food service. We wanted to provide more options for the students. We wanted to provide more options for the parents, and we wanted to provide more money being spent out of the allocation that we had. So I'm very confident in the due diligence that we did with both of these companies. And the reason we didn't choose Genuine Foods, I'll tell you, is because while they had very similar costs in some areas, they were only in very small districts that only had a few hundred students here, and that really was a concern for the evaluators. I was not one of the evaluators. I sat in the room. Mr. Triplehorn was one of the evaluators. The cooks were evaluators, and that was the one thing that seemed to be of the most concern, was they didn't have sufficient experience with districts our size. And when you migrate to this kind of thing, you want to come out of the gate with a really good program, with competence, and I think that that's one thing that threw them out of the running. So I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Questions, comments?
Mr. President, if we could, are they gonna have a central kitchen here, or what's the plan with this group?
The kitchens are at each of the school sites, and that does not change.
Okay.
Right.
Let's see. And the last question I have, what happens if we're not happy with them and this board changes, we get a new superintendent, what happens then?
The contract, so that's a great question, because the contract is for 1 year, and if we don't like it, then we jettison them and go back to what we did before. We also have the oversight from the PED's Wellness and Student Success Bureau that's going to be watching things very closely. You'll see in the proposal here and what we're asking for is it's a one-year contract. We have the option to extend year by year, so we're not locked into a four-year contract. We evaluate it year by year. And this company, as well as the others, are very accustomed to that. They're accustomed to what it takes to make a transition with food service, so it's not an easy process. But I have been asking, and we will demand that there is great communication between the food service company and the employees, great communication with the staff. We have a very a long list of things that HR wants to make sure occurs and that we keep going forward and that we're going to keep a close eye on.
And then, Mr. President, what about the inventory that we already have on board? Will it carry over? I don't anticipate them taking over tomorrow. It'll be in the next school year.
July 1.
Exactly. What about the inventory we already have on site?
You're talking about the food inventory?
Yeah, food inventory.
Well, the food, we don't really keep food inventory. We don't have a pantry that we keep that will have to change hands.
Okay.
The objective is to use all the food and provide it to all the students and start fresh in July.
Currently in.
Correct.
You summarize the, before I do that, any other board members wish to comment?
I have a number of questions. A lot of questions. You mentioned that you had the cook managers that participated in this evaluation, and we had two of the cook managers here that weren't in compliance with the company being chosen or even the whole process itself. So I don't understand where that, you're saying one thing and the cook managers stood here and said another thing.
The food manager that talked tonight, she was involved in the evaluation process. She was in.
Steve, I guess, are you referring to Grants High School? She was just recently hired.
It was
So
the
it was
other
the
cook
previous-
manager.
It was the previous, so
Sorry,
excuse
my
me,
mistake,
Steve. Yeah, so she was previously, we used the previous cook manager at that time. when we
She
were
also
in-
said that she declined to participate.
Okay, and then the second question I have is that 70% of, I was trying to figure, I'm not a math person. So 70 people participated in your survey, tasted the food, compared to total student population of 3,218. I gauge that to be less than 10% participated in your survey, okay? That does not persuade me to move in that direction, number two. And whether or not that, from which area they came from also that has a lot to be desired. I looked at the ones that are being you mentioned that those that have been here for a long time will get to stay with as a school district if they're close to retirement. But that doesn't really, I would say, give the rest of the population the incentive to come to work for the school district, especially those that are dedicated employees who work for the school district or to come to work, continue to work for the school district if they're not, I would have to say forced to either become a employee of the specific food company that you choose. So, that would be one in question. I would be more favorable, I would be more favorable if there was a larger percentage of students and staff that were able to participate in actually tasting the food. And all food is processed. I don't care how you package it or how you make it. It's all processed and it's all preservatives because it has to be in order to be kept from spoilage or whatever you call it, nutritional value. It's all processed. It does not beat having it prepared at every school site. I've learned long in how many years I've been in school and teaching at schools that there's always more incentive for students to eat the food because it's prepared right there on site and it's traditional, it's nutritious. And I work right now with one that just came to work at our school, and because she's seeing it's actually being prepared, that the students are eating it more readily than something that's processed. They don't like the processed food.
You're absolutely right, and that's what we're proposing. Right now, most of the food that's presented to the students is packaged and warmed up. It's not prepared. This would be a complete antithesis of that. Most of the food would be freshly prepared. Most of the food would be locally, will be sourced. It's not processed food. It's food that we would make at home, for example. That's why it's really important that that's going to improve the participation rates of the students. You're exactly right. You made the case that students do not want to eat packaged processed food. We want to get away from that. That is exactly the goal of this program here. And in terms of the employees, they will always have the option of staying with the district, no matter if they start a day today or in 20 years. No one is going to be forced to move to anything. It's completely up to them. That will never change in that first year or in the second year or the third year if we decide to do all that. That will never, ever change. The notion that the district will want to push anyone out of being an employee of the district, I need to just dispel that right now, because that is not the intent. It was never the intent of it, and that's not what we want to do. We want to keep those employees. We want to preserve their ability to maintain their pension, if that's what they want to do. If they want to stay on for another 5 years, it's completely up to them. The option will always be. And I can't really address it would be impractical to bring 150 students in to try to taste test and do that when a representative sample of students from the various schools, both elementary and all that, would be just as, would suffice. And so I guess I'm not going to argue that point. I just can say that I think that we did a fair job of representing the kids who would eat that food.
Okay, and then maybe that's I know you had a Zoom meeting, according to one of the letters, you had a Zoom meeting that was called in expediency. But maybe it would be better and suffice to have a conversation with the employees as a whole, where you can sit face to face, you can answer questions instead of just trying to do a quick meeting like you had, and not everybody was able to attend. And then the value of this contract financially, $2,737,910.24. We've always had, as a school board, the option to have that amount, and having the other people that are bidding come before the board so that we can hear and see and evaluate their presentation. For that amount of money that we're going to contract with, I would feel safer that we had some kind of information from the other, you said 3 contractors that came in, that maybe
Two actually came in.
which is kind of discouraging, but at least we could hear what they had to present. I'm not saying that you two didn't do a good job of evaluating. I would just feel safer as a board member if I'm going to spend $2+ million in approving a food contract. I'd like to hear more than just one person, if amount being and presentation being provided for us.
If
We've
I
always-
can help out here.
Do we
just
have
give
a
it
vendor?
Some perspective. I would look at it like we do with our contractors who build the schools. We like to do the prep work ahead of time so that you don't have to do all of that work. So we vet those contractors thoroughly before we bring them to the board. I don't know if it'd be in best interest of the board to do that part of the work. And I think that's the way that we've been approaching it.
And let me just address that Zoom meeting. So we were not prepared to speak to any employee yet because we hadn't talked to you yet. We hadn't brought this proposal to you. And what happened was that Zoom meeting was the result of premature discussion made with employees who had not heard anything about the proposal and about the option of going to remaining with the district or going with the food service management company. And they got a lot of wrong information. And the reason for that Zoom was to do a little bit of more informational, try to clarify some things and to make and to reiterate our commitment that every step of the way we would bring in whichever food service management company it was from the very beginning. Once you said yes, or if you say yes, then the next step is to start that communication process and bring those folks in to be able to communicate with the employees so that they have all of the information required to make an informed decision and to get comfortable with where we want to go.
Okay, when I look at these letters, you said that the recent cook manager for grants wasn't involved in it at all?
She wasn't on staff.
She wasn't on staff yet.
Okay, and so that would bring me to the suggestion that maybe you meet with them again. It says, then last Thursday, we were again notified at the last minute of a Zoom meeting we needed to attend. Some of us got the answers we wanted, but some still questions were not answered to our satisfaction. That tells me there's major issues that are not being addressed by the kitchen staff at all the schools, not just a few of the schools.
So what prompted that Zoom meeting was there was this calls that came frantically into Mr. Maldonado's in my office about they had to make a decision right now whether they were gonna go with the new food service company or stay with the district. The most urgent was Grants High School. So I actually went over and met with the kitchen staff at Grants High School that afternoon, the Wednesday afternoon before this Zoom meeting. It was apparent to me at that point that there was a lot of misinformation out there. And so I said, we need to do a Zoom meeting really quick so I can get this misinformation taken care of. And then after that, since then, I've met with other school sites personally at site. I've gone and talked to Mesa View, Mount Taylor, Milan. I haven't been out to Laguna and Cubero yet, but I'm making my rounds doing that. So this has been in the matter of 2 days. So I am going to the school sites. Now, of course, I'm explaining to this kitchen staff that there's certain things that I can't answer for you right now because we haven't presented this to the board yet because it's still a confidential issue at this point because you guys haven't accepted our recommendation. So like Mr. Maldonado said, I told him when we have the okay from the board, if they okay it, we're gonna come out and we're gonna come to you guys with so much information that we're gonna have to digest it all. So I'm working on those follow-up meetings, but it's only been 2 days since.
Okay.
Mr. Maldonado, excuse me. When we say okay, then he's going to go out and talk to the others. Explain that to me.
So when you say, okay, here's the process. If you say okay, then I need to communicate with the Student Success and Wellness Bureau of PED to say the board approved this RFP and our recommendation. They then have to review it as well and approve it before we can do anything. Once we get that recommendation and approval from the PED that says you can go, then we have to enter into contract negotiations to formalize the contract, right? And that will be another step. In between the PED saying you're okay to go and us formalizing the contract, that's when I bring these folks in and say, look, you need to come and talk to everyone, hold meetings. They have a complete process on how to explain how this transition occurs, to answer every question, to address every objection that might come forward, and to really, the intent is to improve the communication and understanding of how this works. Again, with the focal point being, our goal is to spend more money on foods for the children and to provide better food than what we're doing now. One of the questions that came up in the Zoom meeting, I'm just going to be very honest with you, was why can't we just do this on our own? And I didn't say it then, but I will tell you that my response to that is you've had 15 years to do this on your own and we haven't made any progress. We're still at the same place, providing packaged foods that is contributing to low scores, in my opinion, that's contributing to low participation rates, and that is not improving the health and well-being of our students. And that's really what's at the core of this. All the other things that have to do with staff communication and whether or not 100% of the staff are able to be part of the consensus, that does not contribute to the overarching goal of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think that's important.
And there's one last, I think that you're putting the cart before the horse here. We approve the contract and then you go back to the schools and get their opinions and get their concerns. I would prefer that you go to them first and then and say, then you can fully tell us that out of this many people or students or whatever approved it, then I'd feel more comfortable in entertaining the idea of approving a contract for that amount. But we're gonna approve it first and then you're gonna go back, well, what's the good of going back when we've already approved the contract? And that's what the staff's gonna tell you, that's what the students are. Well, why are you asking us now? You've already approved it. It's like a moot point at this stage. I would prefer.
It's a little puzzling is that we've gone to some of there's this misinformation stuff that you're talking about. So then there was an effort to go out and see some of the sites prior to tonight. And I think you had mentioned that. And then I haven't quite understood the rationale why we didn't complete going through all the sites before we are entertaining this action. So, and that's what's puzzling. I can't quite grasp that. So there must have been an effort to go out to the sites and to meet with the staff to explain some of the more public general parameters or reasons and things of that sort so that they understood. I'm trying to reflect back on when we did this with transportation. Didn't we do this with transportation with the bus drivers and all that? This is before you came.
Taking over the contract.
Yeah, they're taking over the contract, you know, when we went through that whole process. So help me to understand how we initiated the engagement on site and then didn't, and we have not finished that.
We didn't initially. So I will submit to this group that it is impossible to make a decision like this by consensus of individuals in the group, of the departments. You are never going to get 100% agreement. You're never going to get overcome some folks' objections to this. And that's why, and because we had not had an opportunity to present to you the parameters of what goes on here, how the process works with the state, we weren't able to do any of that. So going to the staff would have been wildly premature, and we would never have been able to get a fair process with the RFP. That's why we involved some of the staff in the RFP. That's why we did not do it by consensus. What we're asking you today to look at is to strongly consider that we need to significantly improve the food service program at this district, and that we need help to do that. We need help, we need expertise from a national company that has national contracts and buying power. We need help from people who have hundreds of school districts across the country who can come in and give us the strength and the consultation that we need, and do it in a manner that will take into consideration the fears and the objections of the employees and give them the answers that they're looking for, but then also give them the training and the opportunity that they need to help them improve, all the while with a goal of improving the service and the food for our students. That's really at the core. I can't say that it would be better I will say it would not be better if we had tried to go out and get the information and feedback from all of the staff, because you know as well as I know, change is very difficult. But at the core of what we're presenting to you is to please consider the needs of the students while we also consider the needs of the employees.
One of the things a couple of things that caught my eye with this is the quality of food, number one. The other thing, correct me if I'm wrong, is there gonna be a wider realm of services? They'll be able to deliver after school snacks, before school snacks, food for the trips for students to go on their athletic trips. So my mind was on better services for the students. And I have to echo what Steve said as far as change is tough. You know, this is a pretty significant change. We've had that same system in place for decades, ever since school started. So when we initiated this, there was already campaigns to go against the change, and that's very evident that that's gone on too. And that's part of what happens when you present these kind of paradigm shifts. But I think, you know, I have to also say that the one approach could be we go get a vote from every student and every staff member and every community member on this. I don't know if that's gonna get us to a different place.
I think, thank you, Mr. Perez. I think I'm still puzzled.
Dr. Guy, just when I get a chance. I don't know how to raise my hand, but sorry.
I didn't see you, but Richard, go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, so I can appreciate both sides of this by far, but if, in my opinion, as a board, we are supposed to try to get the best everything for our kids. And I have done some research on school districts that have brought an outside entity in to do it, and the quality and quantity both are way superior so far. You want to talk about less processed food, less stuff that none of those kids are, or none of us as healthy, try to be healthy people supposed to eat. We have that now. I mean, and the 2 million is a lot, but that doesn't put in there what we generally spend. We're not adding 2 million to what we generally spend on feeding those kids through the year. So it's, to me, it's a no-brainer. If somebody asked me if I wanted better food for my kid, I would say yes. And if we polled the whole community, I can't believe anybody would say, no, I want to stick with the same. Have you guys seen the food we feed them? It's less than stellar. By far, it has been for years. We have been in a place where we've been at a underspend, and that has been a problem. All of you guys, well, I mean, all but Robert have been on the board long enough where we've been in an underspend situation in the nutrition department. We need to spend that money anyway. Why would we? I mean, it's crazy to me that we would not vote for this to spend more money on the, as Mr. Maldonado said, on the health and wellness and success for our kids. I mean, I'm ready to make a motion, but I don't think this is, in anyone I went and checked on, it's very successful, and those districts are doing better than they ever were when they were taking care of it themselves. That's all. And I hope you guys hear me good. I'm driving and the wind's blowing 1,000 miles an hour. So
The only thing I like I said, I was puzzled why we engaged them with a number of the sites beforehand and then didn't finish it up. That doesn't quite make sense. But I also recognize the points, is that you can go to, you know, if we were gonna change a lot of things with schools, we'd end up having the same kind of problem. We're not in the business of administration to do polling of staff on a lot of the critical issues that are desired. We as administration, as a board, have to make those kinds of decisions. But we also try to provide the staff with the opportunity to be apprised beforehand of the things that are going on and listen to their voices and maybe even benefit from some of their suggestions that may come forth. That's what I think is there, but I think that we have a action item before us. And I think we're gonna have to move ahead with that and proceed.
Mr. President, I would like to amend that to have them complete their questionnaires or meetings with the other schools not yet talked to, then come back and bring that back to us. Then I would feel comfortable and that would give everyone the opportunity. Who knows, maybe a concern that they have is going to be that you never considered. I mean, that always happens to me a lot. I'm steadfast in what I believe, and then somebody comes up with something that's, well, I didn't consider that. I would like to, I don't know how to do this, but to amend that we
You can't-
read this contract.
You can't amend an action item once we've approved the agenda. We would have had to have done it before the approval agenda approval.
Okay.
It's either move to table or to take no action,
Yes, that's your options, or to take action.
or take action.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to move to table this until we get more information back from Mr. Triplehorn on the concerns that weren't answered at the Zoom meeting, and then I'll be prepared to vote on it at that point, but
Okay, motion is made to table. Is there a second?
No, you can't move the table. You can either take action or no action. If it was to be tabled, you had to do that on before
beginning.
approval of the agenda. Yeah.
That's correct. It's not an agenda item.
I will make a motion, we approve.
Motion is made to approve. Is there a second?
Well, I want to make a comment first. My biggest concern was the employees. And I am for giving the best to the kids. And I think you cleared up the issues on the employees and they're going to be okay. And I'm going to second the motion because I want to give the best for the kids.
And Mr. President, if I can make one more comment, and as a board and as staff and what have you, if we're not satisfied with these people, we have the option to change our minds.
Yes.
and I want to go on record that it's not that I don't want the best for my students. I have grandchildren that are coming up that, yes, I would like to see the best for them too, but I want, in all fairness, is to see that our employees are well taken care, well explained to, well informed, and I judging from some of the comments made, I just don't think that we've given them the dignity and offered them the dignity to voice their concerns, so.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded by, motion was made by Richard and seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve the one-year contract as so stipulated in the agenda. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Nay.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Motion carries. I need to leave for a second. I'm going down to get some breakfast. I'm just kidding. I need to leave for a second. Ms. Sandeli.
Mr. Superintendent, moving on to letter C.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, next action item is consideration of approval to purchase outdoor playground equipment for Mount Taylor Elementary School in the amount of $185,601.90. I recommend that we approve this action item.
Members, do we have any questions or concerns?
I hate to say this, how long has the equipment been in Mount Taylor since they built the school?
We had to get rid of the old stuff because it was dangerous. So,
Okay.
yeah, so it's not even there anymore. We had to remove it completely, so.
Thank you.
This is to replace it.
Do I have any more comments or questions or concerns? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion tonight to approve the purchase of the playground equipment for Mount Taylor.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion made by Mr. Ron Ortiz to purchase the outdoor equipment and a second by Mr. Hayes. Roll call?
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Motion has been approved and passed. Moving on to letter D, Superintendent.
Yes, ma'am, next action item is consideration of approval to purchase and replace 4 new complete classroom sets for the pre-K classrooms at Milan Elementary and Mount Taylor Elementary Schools in the amount of $72,365.30. And I do recommend we approve this action item.
Do you have any questions or concerns?
Madam Chair, it says replace 4 complete classroom sets, but you only mentioned 2 classrooms. Are there 2 pre-Ks at each school?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions or concerns? Roll call? Oh, I'm sorry, so we did have a motion.
No.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve the purchase for replacement of the classrooms for K classrooms at Milan Elementary and Mount Taylor Elementary Schools.
I have a motion by Mr. Ron. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Yes, we have a motion by Mr. Ron Ortiz and a second by Mr. Richard Jones to approve the replacement classroom sets for pre-K classrooms at Milan and Mount Taylor. Roll call?
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Okay. Superintendent, letter E.
Yes, ma'am. Next action item, consideration of approval of contract services to install new lighting at Laguna Acoma School, High School, in the amount of $148,466.69. And I recommend that we approve this action item.
Do you have any questions or concerns? I have a question, lighting for where?
For the exterior of the building, so we are going to be redoing all the parking lot lights, as well as, we're currently, the building has 50 wall pack lights on the exterior of the building, we're increasing that to 75. And then we're also putting in some additional lighting from the parking lot down to the football field area.
Okay, now, it was my understanding that the reason why for the parking lot, that the system was underground. Are we gonna dig up the parking lot to
So
fix that, or?
we're gonna locate the area. If we can avoid digging up the parking lot, we will do that. Because it's all in conduit, so we may just have to pull new wire through it. But if we have to dig up the parking lot, it would be a strategic digging, so.
And when would we do this? After school's out, or?
So we can actually start getting the light fixtures put in while school is still in place. So once the PO is approved, or I mean, the contract is approved and the PO is issued, we can start right away on that. They already have most of the lighting in stock at the company, so we don't have to wait for manufacturers. And so we can start pretty quickly. There's a few additional poles that we have to set going down to the football field, so we will probably wait on those till when school gets out. But we could start before school gets out.
So my concern would be student parking lot. That's where most of it's, where some of it's gonna happen. Is that going to, are you gonna close off that?
So the student parking lot is actually already LED lights, so we're not touching that parking lot. It's the ones that in the circle and then the staff parking lot along the side that we're replacing all of those fixtures on the light poles.
Okay.
It was kind of dark the other night.
Yes.
Any other questions, concerns? Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
Garshamo seconds.
We have a motion and seconded for a install new line at Laguna Acoma High School. Roll call?
Emily Daily,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Yes.
Okay, motion
Dr.
been made.
Shambo.
Yes.
Motion been made and approved. Okay, and turn it back over to you.
Consideration of approval to amend the minutes of March 15th, 2023. This is an oversight, it's just to reinsert what we had forgot to put in there. So it's a minor, yes.
Mr. President, at the beginning of the meeting, we approved the minutes of the 15th. Did we approve those with the correction or without the correction?
Okay, so then I'll have to go back and redo the corrections.
You would think at the beginning we would have, let's correct them.
Read that.
Well, we corrected the correction. So basically, this is just to ensure that, it was my oversight, I did not see it when we had it was a session when
It's not a,
we just overlooked that, so it's just putting that whole language back in there and completely,
it's not an action item.
well,
We're still technically correct, it was just a process we didn't need to go through.
is the original one that we approved,
Correct.
it's the correction? Oh,
So getting it,
Letter
so
five.
are we being redundant here? So-
So you already made these changes.
so there's no action that's needed.
I had it, yeah.
Well, I was I was taking a recess and I didn't realize that I
Otherwise, we're gonna have
didn't.
to rescind that
No,
first
let's
vote.
just,
Just take no action.
no action on this, please. Okay, consent agenda,
Mr. President, Board, I recommend that we approve the consent agenda as presented this evening.
no motion,
So moved.
is there a second?
Second.
Second by Emily, motion made by Bob Hayes, second by Emily Daly to approve the consent agenda, roll call.
Emily Daily,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Dr. Shambo.
Yes, motion carries. Superintendent's report,
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board, I just wanted to keep you informed that we did have our formal consultations with Laguna, Acoma, and we're still working on the date with Navajo. The consultations went well so far with the two, and we look forward to scheduling with Navajo. We had to reschedule because of NASBO, but we're still looking for a date. I don't know if you've heard anything, Dr. Martin.
good luck. You got April 20th, you gotta push this out. Anything else for the cause?
So this is not required for the budget or anything, it's just a regular.
Oh, the regular consultation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, fine.
And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Is that all?
That's it.
What do you need?
Maybe less than that, so we get
See the announcements, Dr. Paul said we gotta put in May 23 and May 24. May 23 is the
day long one.
the interviews, superintendent search interviews, and May 24th is the board's consideration of selection of superintendent, however you wanna say it, Lorraine.
And there's a Region 4 board meeting in Las Lunas.
There's a Region 4 board meeting in Las Lunas on the 12th. Who's attending?
Wednesday of next week.
Yes, I already registered you guys, so. Down through there.
Lunas? Okay, future items. As you can see, call for this adjournment, motion made by
Move to.
Ortiz, moves to adjourn, seconded by Emily Daly to adjourn the meeting. Roll call.
Emily Daily,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
John Ortiz,
Yes.
Dr. Shambo.
Yes, motion adjourned, meeting, motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 9:28.